Hey, you're the first one here. We're going to get started in about 30 minutes. So hang tight. Hey guys, welcome. We're going to get started in about 10 minutes. If you want, you can go ahead and start throwing some questions in the chat. Maybe I'll answer one or two of them real quick if you want to do that. Britton, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Britton, you want to unmute yourself? Or maybe I can. Hold on.
Hi, can you hear me?
There we go. Okay.
Oh,
Any questions, guys? Where can I buy a small business? Well, that's very generic. Um, Zoom user. I mean, anywhere you want. There's 10 million businesses for sale in the United States. 10 million. So they're all over the place. They're all different sizes. You could buy one from $50,000 to $50 million. They're all over the place. Um, so yeah, keep asking me some questions. We probably won't get started until about 3 or 4 or 5 after, just to make sure there's a um, couple stragglers coming in. So ask me some questions and we'll get them answered real quick. Anything like that. Okay, Clay, can you explain your experience with the sellers when doing these purchases? What's been your average sentiment? Um, I don't know exactly what you mean by that. I'll answer it this way. Um, Getting to know the sellers and talking to the sellers and interviewing the sellers is probably the most important part of the acquisition process. Okay, a lot of sellers um, won't sell to people they don't like and that they don't trust. A lot of sellers will actually sell to somebody that's got a lower purchase price because they like them. Um, a lot of these people, this is their baby, and the people that work there are their friends and family and all that sort of stuff, and they just don't want to sell it to the highest bidder. Some do want to sell it to the highest bidder, but a lot don't. A lot of them started their businesses in their garage, and this is their whole life, and this is their legacy. And they would absolutely be devastated if they sold it to the wrong person and they ran it into the ground or did something drastically different. They would hate themselves. So, interviewing the seller and getting to know them on a personal side is probably the most important thing during this entire negotiation process and buying a business. So hold on, I'm gonna close my doors real quick. That was a good question. Okay, a couple more. And we'll be taking questions probably 4 or 5 times during this process. So don't think that you got to get them in now, but keep them coming. Recommended financing tips on buying a small business, Rob, through a 401k. Okay, Drew. So this is, there'll be probably another question on this. If you have other money, I recommend you use other money. Okay. Rob's, for those people that don't know, is you can use an IRA or a 401k to buy a business, and you have to set up a special entity to be able to use that money, and that's what the Rob's is. It'll probably cost you $7,000 or $8,000 to set that up. There's a couple companies out there that'll do that for you. So really no recommended tips other than yes, you can use it. I would rather you use other money because the Robs, again, if this is all you have, great. Okay. If you have other money, use the other money because it's going to be cheaper. Okay. Because the Robs is you are in essence are setting up a 401k for your new company you are buying. There's cost associated with that. You have a tax return for that, Robs, in addition to a tax return for the company entity. You have administration trustee expenses, $5,000 to $10,000 per year. And also, it is in essence, you're setting up a 401k for the company you are buying, and everybody inside that company is now part of that 401k. Okay, so again, not ideal, but still really good, an 8 out of 10. If you got cash or can borrow money from somebody else or use a HELOC or something like that, that would be better. But we could talk offline about that because that's kind of a complicated thing. Okay, Jeff, most businesses that I've looked at for sale seem to be pretty high priced. How amenable are most sellers to making those numbers actually work? 95% of businesses are going to sell between multiples of 3 and 4. Okay, and I'll get into a little bit more detail of what that is. If they're hot on the market, they've been on the market for a week, they are not going to negotiate. I don't care if you think it's worth 500,000 and it's for sale for 5 million and it's way overpriced. They're not going to come down on their price in the first week. Okay. So they become a lot more amenable to price reductions after 90 days or so. And you don't want to get into a competition and bidding process either. There are companies all over the place that are priced right. So this is about patience and persistence. I will say those 2 words thousands of times. Okay, hold on real quick. Sorry, that was one of my helpers. They had a question. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so don't get worried about that. Patience and persistence. I will say that this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. Okay, it may take you 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months to find a business. Patience and persistence. Do not fall in love with companies. Move on to the next one. There's 10 million of them for sale. Do you have a checklist that you use and can give us? Inside the community, yes, there's all sorts of stuff like that I would have that I can give out to you. And Britton just answered that question. Yes, yes, we do. Okay, and Britton is my helper, so she'll be answering questions and things like that if you have any questions or concerns or anything like that. So just throw the questions out, and again, we'll stop every 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Take a break from me speaking and I'll answer questions. So most likely everybody will get their questions asked and answered. All right, what are the questions? Keep them coming. And to answer, Mike, just to go back to yours, do you have a checklist? Um, there's literally 300 things you need to do to buy a business. So that's why I am here to help you through that entire process. And I'll show you a bunch of the stuff. A lot of you guys coming in here, coming thinking there's 20 things you need to know. I'm going to tell you right now, there's 200 things to know. You don't even know about the other 180. Okay, so that's what we're here to help you through that entire process to make sure you don't miss a step and you don't do something wrong, help you with valuation, how to, you know, give you seller interview questions to make sure you're asking the right questions, due diligence list, um, how to create a pro forma. I mean, it just goes on and on. How to set up your legal entity properly. Which legal entity should you use? Right? So, how to pay yourself. You think that's super cool, super easy? You better pay yourself the right way inside the right legal entity. If not, you're wasting tax dollars. Okay, I'm going to talk a lot about taxes tonight because I'm a CPA. I truly believe that one of the ways for you to become wealthy is by not paying taxes. Okay, you hear all these wealthy people, the Elon Musk of the world and Bill Gates of the world that make hundreds of millions of dollars and pay like $75 in taxes. 100% legal. 100% legal. I do the same stuff. The tax laws are there for you to take advantage of. Don't be jealous of somebody else taking advantage of the tax code. That's what it's there for. That's what it's written for. And that's why we hire professionals and consultants to navigate through those waters, right? Uh, we'll get started in about 5 minutes. I'll keep looking. Patrick, you're looking at a restaurant franchise. Yes, really bad idea. I will get into why I don't like restaurants and why I don't like franchises. I'll get into that a little bit later. So that was you went 0 for 2 on that one, Patrick. Um, Clay's asking, yeah, this is being recorded, and we will send it out to all you guys. So if you got to drop off um, and come back later or whatever, you got hot date with the wife or the husband, yeah, we'll send it out to you. Uh, Mike, what kind of due diligence do you recommend when evaluating a business? I don't know if there's different kinds of due diligence. I think there just is due diligence. Um, there's going to be different questions that you ask depending on the type of business it is, but 80% of the due diligence checklist that we're going to send out to them, and I will help you through that process again, is they're all the same, right? You're looking at profit and loss statements, balance sheets, tax returns, corporate documents, um, the customer list, um, equipment list, vehicle list, employee list, how much the employees make, when the last time the employees got a raise, do you offer any benefits? If so, can I get the plans of the benefits? Can I get the copies of the insurance policies? Can I get a copy of the lease, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So those are 80% of them are pretty standard no matter what company you're looking at. And then there'll probably be 10 or 20% that are kind of tailored towards the business that you are buying. How does the partnership with you work and how do you get paid? We'll worry about that a little bit. All I'm worried about is educating you tonight for 3 hours. That's all I care about. Okay. You will leave after these 3 hours knowing more than probably 99% of the people in the country in this space. Even people that have been looking for businesses for 12 months, you're going to learn more than in this 3 hours than they have in the last 12 months. Um, Clay asks, are we going to cover using equity for asset purchases? I'll tell you what it is. Um, no, that's really not something that I teach, but it's an option. I think it's a highly unlikely option, but doable. So in essence, I'm assuming what you're asking, Clay, is sweat equity, right? Like I come in and I'm going to be a fractional CFO, where I'm going to be a salesperson and work for free, maybe, or work for a reduced salary. And if I help run the company and help increase the value of the company, they're going to give me 5 or 10 or 15 or 20% of the deal. I'm assuming that's what you're asking for. Um, so I don't teach that, but that's what that is. If that's what you want to do, that's great. Um, that's really not buying a business. That is offering your services out in return for part of a business. That's really not buying a business, but it's a good deal if that's what you want to do. There's nothing wrong with it. But that isn't something I'm going to teach here tonight. That's funny. So insane about restaurants too. I know they're risky. Um, let's get started. All right, so let's I'm going to share my screen. We're 5 minutes in, so keep asking questions. This is all going to be good. And again, I'll stop for those people that just joined. I'll stop every 20, 30 minutes to answer questions. And we're going to go full 3 hours, and I will talk very fast because I have about 6 hours worth of content to talk about. Okay. So if you don't, you're going to be drinking through a fire hose tonight. So you may get frustrated. Don't worry about it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to teach you all this sort of stuff. So don't get frustrated through this entire process. I am here to teach you this stuff and hold your hand through this entire small business acquisition process. Right? Does that make sense? So I'm going to help, just kind of tell you what we're going to talk about today. So we're going to talk about how I can help you find a business, help you evaluate businesses with confidence, make sure you know what you're doing, making sure you know how to negotiate. Super important how to negotiate, right? So I'm going to teach you through that process and then just kind of build systems that'll create generational wealth. Okay. From cradle to grave. Again, I said there's 200 things you need to do from now until you close on a business, and you only know 10 of them. Out of the other 190 things you need to know, you don't even know 180 of them exist. And I'll bring up several examples of things that you hadn't even thought about, you don't even know exist, to make my point. That this is, and I'll say this term a lot, these are very rough waters to navigate by yourself. Okay. And I tried to do that for about 10 years. Try to navigate these waters myself, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But let me share my screen. I'm gonna go over here. Brett, you can see that?
Yes.
Okay, awesome, very cool. So also too, I will mention that you can see that QR code down in the corner. If you at any time during this call, if this is you want to get more interest and figure out how this fits into your profile on what you want to do, what small business you want to do, and your timing and how you want to leave W-2 and all that sort of stuff, you can just book a one-on-one call with me and my team. And we're going to take calls the next 3 days. And it's very tailored towards you guys. So we'll go over your individual plan. It's actually kind of cool for a full hour. And it's jam packed with really good information that you can take away and do something with. So just know that that's there. Okay, so We're here to find a profitable business and to replace your W-2. I'm assuming most of the people on this call currently have a W-2. There may be some people that maybe have gotten recently laid off here on the call, or maybe somebody here got another business and they want to buy business number two. Excuse me, I can't talk. Okay, so we'll kind of go over all of that stuff. Okay, so let's start off with here's kind of the agenda we're going to go over. Welcome, who I am, the best ways to create wealth, real estate. We're going to talk about real estate versus small business ownership. So I may piss some people off tonight because I'm not going to talk really highly about real estate. And that's coming from somebody that owns 4 pieces of real estate, commercial pieces of real estate. We're going to talk about how millionaires are made. We're going to go over 3 live deal reviews. So I'm going to throw up the profit and loss statements, the income statements, whatever you want to call them, balance sheets, tax returns, information on 3 or 4 different deals tonight. And I'm going to show you how I look and read the financial statements. And I'll also tell you what's more important, is the income statement or the balance sheet. I'm not going to tell you right now, but I'll tell you which one's 50 times more important than the other one. Okay. I'm going to give you a tour of my community. We're going to talk about the 3 biggest lies and misconceptions about buying a business, the framework of how to buy a business, and realities of ownership, and how I can help you get to that finish line. Okay. Everybody ready to go? We cool? We excited? Brent, we ready to go? I'm excited.
We're ready.
Who I am, and how did I start this process? Okay, so I came out of college with an accounting degree and a finance degree, and nope, I will say that right now. You don't need to be an accountant or finance to do this. Okay, you don't have to be wealthy to do this. Okay, so I came out of school, went into public accounting, and I became a CPA. And then I worked in corporate world for about another 8 or 10 years in various roles of accounting and finance. Okay. Age 32, I bought my first business. And it was mostly just because of a life change. So I was married with 1 kid, and we were getting ready to have kid number 2. And we wanted the wife to stay home and take care of the kids, but we were dual income. So we needed to find a small business to replace her income. I knew nothing about buying a small business, and it was just a new thing, and it was very Greek to me on how to read. I'm a CPA. Don't forget, I'm a CPA, and it was very Greek to me on how to value the companies, how to get an SBA loan, how much money down payment. It was just all very just Greek to me, right? And kind of uncomfortable, right? And I was navigating these waters by myself. Okay. So we started looking at trying to find a business, and about right at that time, literally like a week after we decided this, my brother Bob, I'm the youngest of 8. My brother Bob, who was number 2 in the pecking order, got laid off. He had been with a company called Fast Tax for about 25 years. And they got bought out. And when they get, typically when you get bought out, he was the vice president of IT, had like 150 people reporting to him, and they let go of all the top management. And they were super nice about it. They gave him a 2-year severance, which is unheard of. So I just asked him, like, hey, you want to pull our money and go buy a small business together? He said yes. Okay. So I played college soccer, and I was still playing soccer on Sundays. So one of the guys I was playing soccer with happened to be a business broker, and I went to him. And I'm like, hey, you got something? And literally the first deal I looked at, I bought. I don't know if I was naive or if it just the stars aligned for me and I was just lucky and divine intervention or something. But it was a hardwood floor company. So carpet, tile, hardwoods, that sort of stuff. Been around 25 years. And I bought that 25 years ago, and I still own it. So it's been around 50 years. That's the type of business I'm going to teach you how to buy. Anybody can do it. Ordinary people can do it. And I'll tell you why it's ordinary. So these are the numbers of that deal. Okay? It's a $900,000 purchase price. 900 grand. People are asking, well, that's a lot of money. Where do you get that from? Well, I'm about ready to tell you. Okay. We put $90,000 down. I did 45 and my brother did 45. So that's 10% down, right? That's typical of what you can do now. You can get away with five. Okay. So your down payment's going to be between 5 and 10%. And that money can come from anywhere. Could come from you, can come from your stock account. You can borrow against your 401k or use your 401k. You can use a home equity line of credit. You can borrow money from your parents, your friends, your rich uncle. You can do any and all that for that 10%. And again, you can get away with 5%. So anyway, we put 10% down. The seller carried 10% in a seller note. So we were making monthly payments to him. We in essence borrowed $90,000 from him. So we made payments to him for 10 years. And then we borrowed the other $720,000 from the Small Business Administration. So that was kind of the terms of the deal. Okay. And we still own that today. I actually bought my brother Bob out about 8 years, 9, 10 years ago. Because he's, I don't know, is he 70 now? 72? I don't even know how old he is. So that was, to me, that was very ordinary, right? $45,000, 25 years ago, and roll that forward. I bought and sold 15 to 20 companies since then using the same framework over and over and over and over. So I started with 45 grand and I'm now worth 20 million. I make my net income, my profit, I make about $1 million a year. This is very doable. What took me 25 years to do, I can teach you how to do it in 10. I floundered around for 10 years because here's a couple other words I'm going to throw in there tonight. We got patience and persistence, the 2 P's. Now I'm going to talk about the 2 E's, ego and emotion. So I went to a top 20 college. I thought I was badass. I thought I was smarter than everybody else. And I didn't need anybody's help. I wandered in the desert for 10 years, trying to figure this all out by myself. And along that process, I made mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake, thinking that I was an expert in everything I needed to do. When you buy a small business, you wear 15 different hats. You're the accountant, you're the executive, you're the VP of sales, you're the VP of human resources, you're everybody, right? Your fleet management, you're everybody. And it took me a while to look in the mirror and realize that, hey, I'm only good at these 3 or 4 things. And then I need to hire experts for the things that I'm not good at. So it took me 10 years to pull my head out of my ass and figure that out. Okay. So I just bring that up because you won't have to go through all of those trials and tribulations that I did in the first 10 years because I won't let you do it. That's part of what my community is and what I offer. I won't let you make all the same mistakes that I did. I've already carved the path for you guys. I've created the blueprint for you guys. All you need to do is walk right behind me. I'm like the snowplow with a foot in snow in front, and I'm the car right behind it. I'm the snowplow clearing the road for you. And you just drive super, super easy right behind me. Does that make sense? Okay. Anyway, a little bit more about me. I'm still married, got 5 kids, ranging from 25 to 14 that keep me super busy. And by the way, I still play soccer. I'm 58 and I still play soccer 3 times on a weekend. So keeps me in shape, gets me out of the house. Probably I'm still married because it gets me out of the house. If I stayed around the house too much, my wife would try to kill me. Okay. One quick question. Britton, one quick question before I start rolling into this. Britton, are you there? wonder if she muted herself. Okay, I'll just come back to her in a second. Um, okay, top 10 list. There they are. 10 ways to stay poor. Okay. I'm just going to throw these out there because there's so much shit out there right now on ways to get rich, and they're all stupid. These get rich quick schemes, these TikTok millionaires, all this sort of stuff. It's complete bullshit. Okay. These are ways to stay poor. Real estate. I'm gonna beat real estate till it's dead, and then I'm gonna beat it some more tonight. I own 4 pieces of commercial real estate. So I am a real estate investor, but I invested 10 years ago when real estate was cheap. Okay. You cannot invest in real estate now and make money. In fact, you will lose money. Oh my God, I see this on TikTok and Instagram all the time. Side hustles. I don't even know what a side hustle is, but I'm assuming you're going to work 50 hours, 60 hours a week and get bitched at by your boss all week long. And then you're going to come home and you're going to work a side hustle to make an extra few $100s a month. Are you kidding me? Work smart, not hard. And what I mean by that is that 2 or 3 hours where you're doing that side hustle, making a few $100s more a month. Why don't you spend those 2 hours looking for a business to buy? That's smart, right? And we'll get into that more. Stocks and bonds, 8% return. If you think you can make more than 8% return, yeah, good luck, because it's not going to happen. Okay, a lot of people made a shitload of money in gold and silver in the last 2 years. Silver was 120 bucks 9 months ago. 120. Hopefully you didn't buy it at 120 because it's sitting at 60 now. So all those people that bought at 20 and went to 120, they made a shitload of money. And typically people like you and me, the retail people, guess when we buy? At 100 and 110. That's when typically we buy. And now it's sitting at 60. Okay. Crypto. Did you get at crypto at 120 grand? Like most of the other retail people out there? And was it at 59,000 today? Down 50%? Again, good luck. W2. I'm assuming most everybody here because they're W2 and they're not rich. So I think you figured that out, that you don't get rich being a W2 person, right? Makes sense. Influencers, oh my God. Yeah, there's probably 1%, maybe a 0.5% influencers make money. The other 99% just flounder around and don't make shit. You definitely don't get rich blaming other people for the problems that you have in your life. Make sure you take accountability for where you are in your life. Okay. That's probably step number one. Take accountability for where you are. You are where you are because of you, not because of anybody else. Don't blame anybody else for your situations. Okay. You don't get rich by staying dumb. And what I mean by that is your goal every morning should be, when you wake up, to get smarter by the time you go to sleep. Real quick question, throw this in the chat. Billionaires, the Elon Musk, Bill Gates of the world, how many books do they read each year? Throw it in the chat. I want to see your answers. How many books do the billionaires on average read in a year? So, and think about what when you answer that. These are billionaires. Why are they learning? Why are they continuing to learn? They don't need to learn. They can just sit there and not have to work for the rest of their life. Isn't that kind of weird? You would think that once you become wealthy, that you would stop learning, right? So, Brett, you need to stay unmuted, by the way.
I kicked me off, but thank you, Paul.
Oh, that is, yeah. Because every time you mute yourself, I got to go find you and stuff to unmute you.
Thank you.
So just stay unmuted. So, what are some of my question? What are some of my answers in there from how many books?
We
Just
got
got to
50 a lot.
50.
50,
I'm going to scroll over here for
40.
50. Holy crap. That would be a lot. I'm assuming I know some that read one a week, 40. There's a bunch that read one a week. The average is 25. So one book every 2 weeks. That's the average. So I'm assuming there's some people that read um, one a week. Um, yeah. So get smart. You being here for 3 hours. This is the kind of thing that I'm talking about as wake up and get smarter every single day. There's other things out there that are better in life than what you've been shown. Okay. And this is one of them. Okay. And then I'll just throw this out there. If you change nothing, nothing's going to change. I'll say that again. If you change nothing, what you do in 24 hours a day, and if you don't change what you do in those 24 hours, why would you think anything's going to change in your life? Let's just say you're overweight. If you don't exercise and you continue to eat like shit, why is anything going to change? Right? Does that make sense? So change nothing, nothing changes. Okay. Let's see here. What else? Get this out of the way. 10 mistakes I made. These are my mistakes. These are part of those 10 years of shit that I'm not going to allow you to make. Okay. Letting emotions dictate decisions. Emotions, ego. Emotions and ego. Okay. Letting emotions dictate your decisions. Letting ego dictate your decisions. And again, I'll get into a little bit more on these details. Buying on hope. This is really important. A lot of people get into trouble here. Let's say you're a marketing person and you're looking at a business to buy, and in the opportunities of this business, they say, oh, we currently aren't doing any marketing. Well, holy shit. That's awesome. You do an analysis that you think it's worth $1 million, but it's for sale for 1.4. So what do? What do most people do? Oh shit, I'll buy it for 1.4. I'm okay overpaying it because look, they're not doing any marketing. I'm a marketing specialist. That's buying on hope. And you get in a lot of trouble. You do not think, and you are not smarter than the seller. You are not. If you have a PhD from Harvard and the person you're buying the company from dropped out of school in fourth grade, you are not smarter than that person. They've been running that plumbing company or that manufacturing company or that painting company or whatever it is for 25 years. You are not smarter than them, not even close. Don't forget about that one. Buying a business that I did not fully understand. That's personal experience. I bought a business I fully didn't understand. It was two businesses in one, and I was only buying one of them, and I didn't fully understand what I was getting, and I got into trouble. Going into business with someone I didn't fully vet. Be careful about bringing in a partner. Okay. Not being patient. There we go. Patience, persistence, not being patient. Are you okay if this takes 12 months to buy a business? Do you have the patience to do that? It may take you 2 weeks to find a deal. How about if it takes you 12 months? Are you out? Are you out after 3 months, or do you have the patience to do it? Not hiring enough sales staff. I still struggle with this one. I still struggle with that one. That is the engine that makes your business grow. Don't go cheap on salespeople. Okay. Slow to accept new technology. That's probably me for being old. I'm assuming some of the 20 or 30 somethings that are on this don't have that problem, but some of the older people on here probably have that same problem as I do. Trusting people. I am a very trusting person, and that gets me into trouble. Okay. So what I mean by that is make sure you get everything in writing. No handshake agreements. Just make sure you spend the money on hiring an attorney and get everything in writing. Okay. Not getting into masterminds fast enough. So remember when I told you I floundered around for 10 years? At the 10-year point, I joined mastermind groups. I got myself around like-minded people, professional people. That's when my growth and my income hockey sticked. I'm sitting there going like this. And then when I mastermind, it just, holy crap. I meet once a month with my mastermind group in Dallas here. And the average net worth of that group is $8.7 million. And if I have a problem in my personal life with my family, my businesses, my investments, whatever, and I throw it out for a 30-minute conversation, and I have 15 guys in there figuring out the best way to do this versus just me. Does that make sense? Join a mastermind group. There's hundreds of them. Okay. They're going to cost you some money. Make sure you invest in your future. Okay. Slow to network. Super important. Tell everybody about what's going on in your life. Not taking advantage of low interest rates. That was a big mistake. That 3% mortgage happened a few years ago. And the last time it happened was in 1965, 50 years apart. Hopefully some of you young guys, if that comes around again, you find some 3% interest rate shit, you sell everything you have. Your dogs, your kids, your wife, your spouse, you sell everything and buy anything. Okay? Because that's only going to come around once every 50 years. Okay. Transition, kind of very similar. Those were my mistakes. Here's some just regular mistakes people have when they have businesses that fail. And we'll stop in a couple minutes as soon as we're done with this top 10 list, and we'll get some questions. Lack of cash. The number one reason why people fail, and it's not even close, it's about 70% of why businesses fail, is lack of cash and lack of understanding of cash flow management. So what that means is money coming in versus money going out. Capital expenditures, buying a truck, getting a new engine in the forklift because it just blew up. Having to buy new inventory, having to hire new people, understanding ins and outs of cash. Right? You've heard this saying, but a lot of you guys maybe you didn't understand it. You've heard the saying, "Oh, why'd they go out of business?" Well, they grew too fast. That doesn't make sense. They grew too fast? Isn't that a good thing? Yeah, it is a good thing, but you got to have cash to finance that growth. If I go from 2 million in sales to 4 million in sales in 1 year, that's badass. But man, I need 500,000, maybe $1 million of cash to finance that growth. I need to buy 4 new trucks and hire 8 new people. I need to get a new warehouse. I need to get a new forklift. That costs money, right? And then when you do a job, you pay your payroll and your cost of goods sold, and they don't pay you for 45 days. You need cash. Okay? That's the number one reason. Not hiring enough and the correct sales staff, I already talked about that. Not outsourcing. Trying to do everything yourself. Understanding what you're good at and hiring people to fill in those holes. I talked about that before. Going cheap on everything. Overpay your staff. If this position and this person is worth 60, you should pay him 65. Don't pay them 55. They will leave. They will be looking for a new job within 1 week. And when they find one, it's pays 60 or 65, they will leave. The cost of hiring somebody else will cost you more than that $5,000 or $10,000 you're trying to save. Overpay. Not drastically. Not saying if somebody's worth 60, pay them 80. No. If they're worth 60 and you pay them 65, they'll stay. Okay? Not being insured properly. This is a big problem. Kind of hard to figure out sometimes until you need it. But that's you hiring the right people. Make sure you have the right insurance agents to make sure you're good. Not spending enough money on marketing. Very similar to sales staff. Don't go cheap on marketing. Marketing is going to bring in business. Don't go cheap on it. Not taking risk. Okay? So I can put my money in a CD or a U.S. government bond making 4% risk-free. Are you good with that? Or do you want to risk? You want to put it in an index fund and maybe make 8? There's a little bit of risk. Do you want to put it all into one stock and have a bunch of risk? But that return's going to be good. Right? So where do you want to be in 5 years and how do you get there? If you want to quadruple your net worth, well, you being risk adverse and not taking risk isn't going to get you there. You have to take risk. Okay? And one of those risks may be leaving your W-2 and buying a small business. Okay? And I'm going to show you why that is not risky, not even close to being risky. In fact, I think it is risk-free if you get in bed with the right person to show you, and that's why I'm here. Okay. Not understanding what competitors are doing, too big of an owner's salaries. What do you guys think you're entitled to from a salary? I own a small business. What are you entitled to? Throw in the chat. You entitled to 0 to 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, whatever it is that you got to live off of. If your expenses, your mortgage and utilities and car payments and all that stuff is $15,000 a month, you think you're entitled to $15,000 a month? What do you think you're entitled to as a small business owner from a salary perspective? I'll come back to that in a second. Not preparing for bad times. We all do know there's bad times, right? On average, there's a recession every 5 years. Are you spending every penny you make so then recession hits? You have a good year and you go out and buy a boat and buy a bigger house. And when that recession hits, you have money in savings, or did you spend it all on a bunch of stupid shit? Prepare for bad times. Okay. All right. To answer my question, how much money does the owner get? I don't know how much money's left at the end of the month. That's what you get. You're not entitled to anything. You're not entitled to anything. Not one penny. I have some people like, I'm buying a business, and they buy the business and they're like, well, what should I pay myself? I don't know. How much does your company make? That's how much money you get. If you make $2,000 a month, that's your salary. If you make $20,000 a month, you can take all 20 out if you want to. That's your salary. How much money your company makes, that's what you're entitled to, and nothing more or nothing less. Okay. Providing benefits. Please, 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 please. You're coming from a W-2 life where you have the comfort of benefits, what I call corporate cocaine. Corporate cocaine. Those are benefits. They lock you into hell, because that's what a W-2 job is. Don't forget, I worked W-2 for 10 years. Benefits is corporate cocaine. Just feed you just a little bit enough and you get addicted to it so you can't leave. Okay? Same thing here. Am I entitled to benefits? You're paying for it now. You want health insurance? You're paying for it. Nobody else is paying for it, so you can have it, but you're paying for it. You want life insurance? You're paying for it. You want a 401k? You're paying for it. Those are all business expenses. So you can have them, but you're no longer entitled to them. Okay? So make sure you guys understand that. Okay, what other lists I got here? Last one, and then we'll turn it over to questions, and I'll take a breath. 10 ways to get rich. Okay? And the only last one, I'm going to have some wild guesses here. What do you think the last one is? It's the only one that's really doable. Okay, some of them are just stupid. Sales. I think if you're really good at sales, you can get rich. If you're selling the right shit, selling software, commercial insurance, commercial real estate. If you're really good at that, you can make $1 million a year. Okay, I'm not good at that. I know a few people that make that type of money. Okay, so if that's you, great. Okay, but rich and wealth is two different things, right? I'm more worried about accumulating wealth. My net worth is 20 million. I don't care that I make $1 million a year. Okay, the $1 million a year can go away by $20 million of net worth cannot go away. Okay, real estate, not anymore. I got a slide on real estate in a minute, so I'm not going to get into that. Now I'm going to go stupid shit. Lottery, inheritance. Man, I'm wishing you got super rich parents. Okay. Investment banking. Did you graduate from an Ivy League and you want to work 90 hours a week on Wall Street? If that's you, that's great. Happy for you. Professional athlete, entertainer. Are you a CEO of a top 1,000 company? Money and wealth management, private equity, venture capital, investment banking. Okay. Those are 9. Are any of those you? None of those are me. None of those are me. I'm assuming none of those are you guys, right? So what's the last one? Trade stocks. Zoom user, trade stocks. We already talked about trading stocks. Good luck. Good luck. The only way you can become rich trading stocks is to leverage your account, meaning borrow on margin. And God bless you. You may make a lot of money in 6 months, but when the market turns, you're going to lose your shorts. Drug dealing is good. I like that one. Someone just threw drug dealing. That was good. Um, Small business ownership is the only way for a normal person. And I'll get back to what I said earlier. I started with $45,000 my first down payment, 45 grand. I'm assuming most of the people on this call can get to $45,000. I turned $45,000 25 years ago in a net worth of $20 million. And I tripped over myself for the first 10 years. If I didn't trip over myself for those first 10 years and I joined mastermind groups and I pulled my head out of my ass and didn't let my ego and emotion get in my way and a hockey stick from day one, I'd be worth $250 million now. Because I continued to step on myself for 10 years. That cost me $200 million. I'm okay with where I am, but don't think that I don't think of where I could have been if I didn't let my ego get in the way and I sought out subject matter experts to help me navigate all this shit. Okay. All right, Brett, let's turn it over some questions here.
Yep. Okay. So our first question is, Paul, why do you think small business acquisition is the best way to make money?
Well, I kind of just talked about it. I'll go into a little bit more detail. Okay, so what is great about small business, and I'll go for 5 minutes on this question because this is super, super, super important. Okay. Um, First off, it's very doable for the normal person. As I said, I used $45,000 for my first down payment. I'm assuming most everybody here can get to it. Again, you can borrow money, use a home equity line of credit. Guess what I did, by the way? Not some of you guys are crazy. You can sacrifice shit. Guess what I did to get my 45 grand? I sold my car. Don't forget, I was a corporate finance guy. I was driving a Lexus. It was paid off. It was worth 25 grand. And I bought a beater truck for 5 grand. That's where I got 20 grand from. I was living in a $450,000 house. That was 20 years ago. That house is probably worth $1.5 million. That was a big house. I sold my house for 450 and I bought a house for 220 grand. Sacrifice. So for those people that don't have it, you do have it. You're just not willing to sacrifice what it takes to get done. Change your mindset. This is freaking life altering if you do this. Life altering. You're buying an existing business that has been around 10 to 15 years. That's one of my requirements. You don't buy a company that's been around 2. They haven't been through a recession. Think about the companies that existed before COVID. And for those that came out of COVID, do you think that they're going to survive anything in the next 20 years? Yes. Those are the companies I want to buy. Not some new startup that just started 2 or 3 years ago. So if you buy the right business at the right price with the right customer mix, the right employees, the right contracts, the right legals, and the right advice, I'm going to go out and say, man, you almost have a 100% chance of being successful. If you try to do this by yourself, you got a 50-50 chance, in my opinion. Okay. Or if you buy the wrong business, like restaurants. Restaurants are horrible businesses to buy. You know what I do when I drive around? I've lived in this neighborhood for 22 years, the one I live in now. So there's 4 or 5 different routes out of here. You know what I do? Is I look at all the restaurants and all the businesses and which ones kind of come and go and which ones last. This restaurant right here changed hand 8 times. That restaurant there's changed hand 4 times. That restaurant was there for 4 years and now it's boarded up. Restaurants suck. You buy in the wrong business. Oh, look at that gym over there. Gyms are freaking horrible businesses to buy. Gyms are going bankrupt every single day. If you buy the wrong business, you're going to fail. If you buy the right one, you're going to be successful. But you got to buy it the right way at the right price. Okay? So that's why I think small businesses, and it's the only way for normal people, people like me and you, to create generational wealth. My game plan for you in buying a small business, 10 years. What took me 25, you can do in 10. You buy business number one, you own and operate it for a year. And when I say own and operate it, you're going to come home and there's going to be dirt underneath your fingernails, your sleeves are going to be pushed up, and you're going to be exhausted. You need to learn everybody's job, because after a year, you're going to go hire a manager and run that semi-absentee. And you're going to go try to find business number two. Okay? And then it's rinse and repeat. 5 businesses in 10 years, you should be making $1 million a year and your net worth should be $10 million. That's what's starting with a $50,000 down payment. Where else can you do that? Where else can you do that? Nowhere. Nowhere. It's not even close. Give me another question.
Are you going to discuss creative financing? Also, another user would like you to go back to slide 3 so she can see it.
Slide 3? This is slide 3. There's slide 1, slide 2. That's the one I'm on.
And then
3,
yep,
that one?
one more above.
I haven't talked about that one yet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll go back to that one. I've gone out of order a little bit.
Yeah.
Someone's a real follower, so that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what else?
Are you going to discuss creative financing?
Creative financing. First thing comes creative financing. That scares me. I feel like you're listening to other people on social media that are feeding you a bunch of BS. That's what I think you're talking about. I will talk about that later. I think you're talking about 100% seller financing, using other people's money. That's what I may be wrong, but I have a feeling that's what you're talking about, and both of those are complete bullshit. And I'll go into that in a little bit. That's slide number 7 or 8. So I'll go into a little bit more detail. If I'm wrong on what you're asking, then be a little more detailed in that question. I can come back to it. What else?
Is buying a business recession proof?
Nothing is recession proof, but we're going to buy a business that will make it through the recession. Right? Some businesses are more recession proof than others, like a liquor store. People lost their jobs and they're sad and they drink alcohol. Grocery stores are recession proof. You still got to eat, right? So there are a couple of businesses out there that are recession proof. Okay. But I'm mainly worried about making it through the recession, coming out on the other end of the recession and still being in business. To me, that's recession proof. So that's why I buy a business that has been around 10 or 15 years, because they've already been through a recession and they're still alive. So that to me is recession proof. Okay.
Yep. Can we buy a business and keep our jobs?
Maybe. I would say no. I'd rather you not. Okay. I'm worried about you buying a business and you not running it. If you're not around, let's just call that absentee ownership. Okay. That's one of the bad things I'm going to get into in a little bit. Absentee ownership is just bad. And I'm going to get into a little bit more detail. So I'm going to say no. Okay. Unless you have a partner. Okay. So when I bought the flooring company, I was in a partner with my brother. He ran it for 6 months by himself. I kept my W-2 until we started making enough money to support both of our lifestyles. And then I left after 6 months. So that something like that is doable. Okay. So I would say no, because I will show you in a little bit if you make 100 grand a year and you have $100,000 down payment, I'm going to show you're going to buy a business and you're going to take home $300,000 a year. So why would you want to keep your business, your job, when you're making triple from owning a business? Okay. I'm going to ask this one right here. I think that's Ariel. What about SBA loans? There's a lot of talk on the internet. That's all we're talking about here. Okay. So the SBA, Small Business Administration. So a structure of a deal, a $1 million purchase price. Let's just say you're going to put down between 5 and 10%. So between $50,000 and $100,000 to buy that business. Okay. The seller will most likely carry a note between $50,000 and $100,000. Okay. Let's just make this easy so I can do the math in my head. $1 million purchase, you put down 100 grand, the seller carries 100 grand, and the SBA is going to lend you $800,000. Okay. The SBA lends off of the business, not off of you. You have to have probably a 700 credit score. You have to be a U.S. citizen to qualify for an SBA loan. Okay. And how the SBA is structured and what they do. The SBA doesn't lend any money. They guarantee the loans. So you're going to go to Wells Fargo or Bank of America or Chase or whatever. They'll have an SBA lending department. Okay. So you need $800,000 loan, right? Because you put down 100, the seller's carrying 100. Now you need another 800 from the SBA. You're going to go to Wells Fargo and they're going to give you $800,000. But because the business you're buying is made up just of a bunch of fluff. And what I mean by fluff, there's no collateral. Like, let's say my flooring company is worth $2 million. I have a forklift, a truck, and about $40,000 worth of inventory. So I have $100,000 worth of collateral and I'm selling it for $2 million. So if the buyer goes bankrupt, what is the bank actually going to get? What can they sell to get their money back? Well, my forklift and my one truck and my inventory, there's $100,000. So they lose $1.9 million. No way in hell is anybody going to lend you that money. So when the SBA was created 50 or 60 or 70 years ago or whatever, they were created because they made this market. So before the SBA existed and you owned a small business, you could sell it for cash. 70 years ago, people didn't have cash. So no, that's not like you most likely gave it to one of your children, or you closed it, or you financed 100% of it. That was the only way to get rid of a business 70 or 80 years ago. So the SBA was created, and by doing so, it created a market for small business to trade and to buy and to sell. Okay. So when I say they guarantee, so let's go back to the $1 million again. So, and let's say there's no collateral. There's no trucks or inventory, no nothing. Okay. So when you go bankrupt, Wells Fargo is going to lose all $800,000. So the SBA will guarantee 80% of that loan. So 80% of 80,000 is what? 640, right? We're going to do a lot of math in our head tonight. 80% of 800,000 is 640. So Wells Fargo only loses 160 because the SBA is going to write a check to Wells Fargo for the 640 as the guarantee. So that makes Wells Fargo more comfortable lending you money because there's no collateral behind it. And when you go bankrupt, then they don't lose all their money. And to finance that, the SBA creates a slush fund. They're going to charge you 3% at closing. So you're borrowing $800,000, right? 3% times 800,000 is what? 8 times 3 is what? 24 grand. So they're going to charge you a 3% guarantee fee, and they're going to take that money and put it over here in a big old pool of money because they charge 3% to every single loan, SBA loan, and they put that over here. So when someone goes bankrupt, they pull that money over here. So it's a self-funding deal. Okay. So 99% of the time where you're buying a small business, you're going to use an SBA loan. Super easy to qualify. Again, don't worry about you having business experience. I didn't have business experience. They're going to lend off of the business. So if the business makes $300,000 and the loan is $120,000 in payments, they're going to lend off of that. Makes 300, my loan payments are 120. Yeah, I'm good. That leaves 180 left for you to take home. So they're going to lend off of that. Okay, they don't lend off of you. They lend off the business to make sure the business has enough income for it to pay the loans. Okay, hopefully that answer your questions.
How can someone talk to you about buying a business?
That's calls. Let's just stop right there. So see the QR code, set up a call, their QR code there. So you talk to me and one of my team members on your personal situation. Okay. What you want to do, what your goals are, your family situation, how much money do we need to replace, what type of down payment can you get to, what's realistic for what type of business, where you are buying, and all that sort of stuff, and what's your kind of goals and what kind of businesses you own. So we're going to tailor that conversation towards you to make sure you understand that small business ownership is the right way for you. Okay. Couple more.
If I find a good business to buy based on what you teach us, but don't know the business, is it still a good business to buy?
Yes, I just said that. So yes, so don't worry about you, because again, I get back to just think about this. If the business has been around 20 years and you take over and they have 20 employees, of which 15 of them have been there 7 years or more. And all the customers, there's 75% are repeat customers, and a lot of them are best friends. And the vendor relationships have been there. You've got the lease, you've got the product wherever you're selling. You would have to literally try. I'm going to wake up and I'm going to try to bankrupt my company today. And I don't think you could. The employees aren't going to let you. You in essence have jumped on a locomotive. It is going 75 miles an hour. You just got to keep it on the tracks. Don't worry about, oh, I've never run a business. I've never run a business either. I mean, what's the difference of I've never ran an HVAC company, and if I go buy an HVAC company, I'm going to be fine. It's been around 20 years. The technicians are there. The air conditioning relationships are there, right? So you're good. You're good. And believe me, you go through the process with me, and I'm going to walk you through this entire process. I'm going to be hand in hand with you to make sure you're not screwing this up. Okay? So you'll be comfortable. Believe me.
Should the business be local?
That's up to you. If you're asking, should I relocate? You can relocate and buy a business anywhere you want to. I want the first business to be in your backyard. If you live in Dallas, do not buy a company in Denver and think that you're going to commute back and forth once or twice a month and be semi-absentee. No. You can do that on business number 3 after you know what you're doing. So right now it needs to be in your backyard because I want you to run it full time. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Is 8 years too young of a business to buy?
No, it's fine. I mean, I just throw out 10 years as a target. 8 years is fine. 8 years is fine. It's most likely been through a recession. So 8 years is fine. Can I use my 401k? I'll mention that again. Yes, you can. There was a system called, someone mentioned it earlier before the call started. It's a ROBS, ROBS. So look that up. Nathan, ROBS, ROBS. So in essence, it'll take your 401k money or your IRA money and move it into a 401k so you will not pay penalties. And you'll use that new 401k inside of a new legal entity to buy that business. Yes. So that is very doable. Cost you about $7,000 to $8,000 to set that up. Okay. But in fact, business number 2 that I bought, I use that. Okay. So that is very viable. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's go on. I'll go back to number 3 here. Okay. This is, I think, the slide that somebody wanted to talk about. Okay. 4 types of people who will always be successful. Okay. This is a mindset change. I talk about mindset change a lot. Okay. W-2, don't forget you got the corporate cocaine that you're addicted to benefits and you're addicted to a paycheck. That's one of the other corporate cocaines is you get a paycheck every Friday and it's stuck in front of your face. And that's comfort. And I've got a hat over here that says comfort kills. Comfort kills. I'll say that again. Comfort kills. And I got another hat over here that says jump off the bridge. Okay. All right. So I just say that in prelude of talking to these four things. Okay. Number one, the one who learns from everyone they meet. When you get up in the morning, your goal at the end of the day is to become smarter. So approach the day with no ego, no assumptions, just curiosity. Everybody you can learn from. Okay. As long as you have good listening skills. God, what was the book that I read that had a quote was just spectacular. And it kind of changed my thought process of how I have conversations. Do you listen? Do you listen when you're having a conversation to somebody? Do you listen to respond or do you listen to understand? I'm going to say that slow. When you're having a conversation with somebody, do you listen to respond? Meaning that they're talking to you and you quit listening to them because you have a question you want to ask them? That's all about you. Do you listen to respond? Meaning you quit listening after 8 seconds because you have something to say or you disagree with them? Or do you listen to understand? Listen to respond, is that you? Or do you listen to understand? I listen to understand. So that is just sitting there when someone's talking. Maybe I don't talk for 5 minutes. Or do you catch yourself when you're having a conversation with somebody and you interrupt them after 15 seconds? You're listening to respond. It's all about you. No, it's all about them. Listen to understand. Okay. That's the same thing here. You're learning from everybody that you meet, but you can only do that if you're listening to understand. Okay. The one who keeps going after failure. So is this you on your dream to buy a small business, to get out of your W-2 hell and to buy a small business? And I talked about this earlier. You're going to give up after 2 months that you've sent out 2 offers and both of them got rejected. Do you give up? You done? Is that you? If that's you, this is not for you. This is not your path. Patience and persistence. You give up after failure. I mean, that's a life event, right? Get off the horse, you get bucked off the horse, you get back on, and you go home and cry. You get cut from the basketball team or the cheerleading squad, you go home and cry, or do you go home and work harder so you can try out next year? After those 2 offers that got rejected, do you stop? How about you've had 5 outreaches to brokers and none of them responded to? Do you give up? This isn't for me, or do you work harder? Okay. Those are successful people. The one who bets on themselves, number 3, when nobody else does. You get 0 support, 0 applause, and 0 guarantee, but you move forward anyway. So if this venture is for you, buying a small business, there's going to be a lot of naysayers. Your mom, your dad, your brother, your sister, your neighbors, people you go to church with, your other soccer moms and soccer dads. What are you doing, man? You're not a small business owner. You know what you're doing? You got a good job. Why do you want to leave that job? Or how about getting advice from your brother that makes $14 an hour? That's who you're taking your life guidance from? Why don't you seek guidance from somebody like me? Why don't you hang out with a bunch of other successful people and get guidance from those people? You need to bet on yourself and don't listen to other people that aren't successful. Okay? Number 4, the one who sacrifices short-term pleasure and long-term gain. Remember I talked about my sacrifice that I made? I'll go over that again, and I'll go into a little bit more detail. I sold my car. I sold my house to buy the first business. I made a sacrifice. That's a short-term. I gave up short-term pleasure. Me and my wife did not take any vacations for 2 years, and we did not eat out for 2 years. We gave up short-term pleasure. And because of those short-term pleasures that I gave up for 2 years, I'm now worth $20 million. Are you willing to do that? This is, I'll keep saying this. If you put trust in yourself and put trust in me, I will change your fucking lives. If you put trust in yourself and you put trust in me, I will change your fucking lives. But you got to jump off the bridge. You got to have faith in yourself that this is the only avenue for normal people to change their lives. Okay? I'm going to stop and take 2 questions just off of this little slide right here. Questions?
Drop them in the chat.
This is super important. I don't want to gloss over this. That's why I wanted to stop here. Anything, Britton?
Someone asked about how you find a mastermind group. What's a
Okay,
good one
we'll
to
talk about
join?
mastermind groups by somebody else is putting questions on this stuff. Mastermind groups. Google mastermind groups. That simple. Okay, I am in a mastermind group called Go Abundance. It is actually just for guys. There's about 1,000 of us all across the country. Average net worth of $8.7 million. So super successful. They're what I call elite human beings, because they're not just successful from a monetary standpoint. They're badass husbands and badass fathers. They're all super healthy. They eat well. They're athletic. I mean, they're philanthropic. They're super religious. They're just elite human beings, and that's who I hang out with a lot. And it just kind of rubs off on me, right? So I've been in that one for 6 years. And then I was in a group called Vistage before, Vistage. That one was mostly business related and investment related. $15,000 a year. So they're not cheap, but you got to invest in yourself, right? Just like you're invested in this knowledge tonight, you're taking 3 hours of your night up, by the way, which, remember, I'm a soccer player. I'm investing in here. U.S. plays in an hour. So I'm going to miss 2/3 of the U.S. soccer game tonight. So I'm invested in you guys. That's how important it is for me to be here, because I'm here for your financial well-being. I'm here to try to create success and carve that path for you, right? So just Google mastermind groups. Highly recommend. There's some entrepreneurship. God, what's the one? Why am I forgetting this name? It's only like $4,000 or $5,000 a year. Feel free to start one. My 25-year-old son started his own mastermind group called Iron Sharpens Iron, and him and 10 of his college buddies meet every single week. Feel free to start one on your own. 3 or 4 or 5 people you know that seem to be successful, maybe small business owners or super successful W-2 people, or just super human beings that you know. Feel free to just start meeting once a week. Create your own. It's free. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Any questions on this?
How do you stay encouraged during multiple failures?
Get around the right people. Mastermind groups, right? So I am your accountability partner here. When you join my community, I will help you through this process, because it is emotions. Remember, we talk about emotions a lot. It's tough. You just got punched in the gut 4 times. You just made 4 offers and they told you to F off 4 times in a row. Man, that's tough. That is discouraging. So you got to get yourself around people that have done it before. It's okay. It's okay. What if this took you, I said it earlier at the very beginning, what if you knew right now it took you 18 months to find a business, would you do it? Would you? Only you can answer that. It may take you a couple people 18 months. It could take a few guys 18 days to find a deal. And it's also the effort that you put into finding a business. The effort in is the results out. If you come home and in a week you spend 30 minutes looking for businesses to buy, how long do you think it's going to take you to find a deal? It's going to take you 2 years. And that could be fine. I'm not saying don't do that, but don't expect 30 minutes a week and you're going to find a deal in a month, because you're not. Okay? So you can go on your own timeline here to find the deal, right? If you come in and come home and you put 15 hours a weekend, 2 hours every day, you're going to find a deal in 60 days. That's a lot of work. You're going to come home, you want to grab a couple beers or a couple glasses of wine and just watch some stupid ass TV? Or do you want to get a couple hours on the computer and learn and teach and find businesses? Those are your options. 2 hours doing stupid shit that are going to keep you stupid and poor, or are you going to spend those 2 hours looking for businesses and educating and reading? Remember, we talked about reading books, 25 of them. 25. You can read my book. I forgot to tell you about this in my book. You can go on Amazon. I think it's a whopping $14. It's a bestseller on Amazon, The Exit Plan. For those people that book calls or one-on-one discovery calls with you guys, we'll send you a free copy of the book. Or if you just say something nice about me, then I'll send it to you. I'm here. I just want to be. A lot of people ask me why I'm doing this. I'm 58 years old. I don't need to do this. I'm here to help people. It's my part of my life that for the next 10 or 12 years, maybe get me to 70, I want to successfully help 1,000 people find business. So I'm paying it forward, right? So I'm very philanthropic. I go to church every single week. I'm a very big family man, and I'm here to help. Truly, I'm here to help. I'm very passionate about this. I hope it comes across in my voice that how passionate I am about this and teaching this and carving the path for you guys. Another question.
W-2 is hard. What is the best way to change the mindset when you have kids and obligations?
Okay. I'll give you a story about my dad. That's tough. You got corporate cocaine and you got family cocaine going on. You're addicted to it and you're scared. I get it. Okay. So I'll give you a story about my dad because he went through the same thing that you're going through. So I'm the youngest of 8. And he worked at Coopers and Lybrand, and he was a partner in a big 6 tax accounting firm. So making really good money. And my dad, he was went to University of Notre Dame, got an accounting degree, and then got a law degree from University of Notre Dame. Probably one of the smartest people I've ever met in my entire life. And all of his people around him, his business partners and all the business associates, I would say the exact same thing that I would never meet. Okay. He was considered the #1 person in the entire country in estate planning and trust. He would go to Washington, D.C. on a monthly basis, meet with senators to write tax code and consult with them when they're coming up with new tax code, etc. But he never went out on his own because he was scared what would happen because he had 8 mouths to feed at home. He had a great life, and I received a lot of benefits from him. But if he went out on his own and started his own firm, being in the position that he was, he probably would have 10x'd or 20x'd his income. But he was always scared because he had that lifestyle and that family at home that he relied upon. So I get it. And that's why I have that hat that says jump off the bridge. You're going to be fine. I'll keep saying this over and over and over and over again. If you buy the right business at the right price, you are close to 100% guaranteed that you will be successful. You want to buy my flooring business? It's been around freaking 50 years. Do you think that's risky if you bought my business? Do you think it's going to go bankrupt in the next 10 years if you bought my business? The answer is hell no, it's not going to. So if you buy the right business, it's risk free, but you got to buy it at the right price too. And you don't know what things are worth because you don't know how to read financial statements. That's what I'm here for. I'm going to hold you through this entire process. What's so bad about just learning? Joining my community, joining someone else's community. Read my freaking book. Go listen to my podcast. I was on a Acquiring Minds podcast. You guys listen to it? Hopefully you guys are interested in buying a small business, so you listen to it. It's the #1 podcast out there. Will Smith, Acquiring Minds. He drops a podcast every single week. I dropped mine in February with him. I think I'm the #1 or #2 most watched podcast of his ever. It's an hour and a half long. Go find it. Acquiring Minds podcast. It's absolutely spectacular. Hour and a half about everything I've done over the last 25 years. If you buy the right business at the right price, with the right consultation and the right team members, you will be 100% successful. So back to my dad. Okay. So I look at the things that I can afford now. All of my kids went to private colleges. Those are $100,000 a year. I have one kid that went to Johns Hopkins for 4 years, went to Notre Dame for 1 year, went to Carnegie Mellon for 1 year. I have another kid that graduated from Carnegie Mellon. I have another kid at Notre Dame right now. I have another kid going to NYU. Those are all private colleges, $100,000 a year. Those are the things that money affords you to do for your family. So if you want to do what's in best interest of your family, it's to make a shitload of freaking money. That's what's in the best interest of your family. I'm able to, because I make money, I'm able to do badass things. Create memories. When I took my whole family of 7, remember I have 5 kids, and went to Peru a year and a half ago. That was a $50,000 vacation. My kids will remember that vacation. We did Machu Picchu and hiked for 3 days. My kids will remember that for the rest of their lives. Those are the sort of things that money affords you to do. I don't buy shit. I don't like toys and trinkets. I think those are wasteful. I don't own any boats. I don't own a lake house. I have 5 really old cars between the age 2010. Mine's the newest one. It's a 2021. My wife is bitching because hers is a 2012. I hate buying cars because they're wasteful and depreciating. I would rather go buy another business. I'd rather send my kid to private college. I'd rather go to Machu Picchu. You got to jump off the bridge. That's your mindset. I'm your accountability partner. Okay. One more question. Let's see, can we jump into live deals here in a second? Okay, I'm going to go into this.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, one more
One more
question.
question. In your experience, does age matter when taking a pathway of leaving the W-2 world and pursuing to buy a business?
No, it does not. I'm 58. I'm still buying businesses. I got people in my community that I think one guy that I was talking to today is 62, 63, and he's buying his first business. No, age does not matter. I wouldn't recommend a 22-year-old to do it. So like my kids that want to buy businesses, my oldest is 25, and he came to me after college and I want to buy a business. I said, no. I said, go cut your teeth on somebody else's nickel for 2 to 3 years and come back to me at age 27 or 28 and we'll get you a business. Okay. I just feel like they need to understand how the world works before they go and buy a business. So 27 to 65. anywhere in there. Male, female, income range, race, ethnicity, religion, short, tall, fat, skinny. I mean, whatever, doesn't matter. You're going to be successful. None of that matters. None of that matters. Okay, all right. So I'm going to get into why I hate real estate and why I love small businesses. That's this slide. Okay, there's your QR code. Don't forget to sign up for a call. Those calls are absolutely badass. All day Friday, all day Saturday, Sunday and you'll talk to my team members, and most likely you'll talk to me as well. Okay. Real estate. Okay, on the left side, I'm going to buy a single family rental, $80,000. That's my down payment. Real estate normally wants 20. A lot of them want 30 now because they're getting too expensive. So let's say we're going to stay at 20. Okay. $80,000 down. PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. It's $2,200 a month. Rent, you're bringing in $2,600 a month in rent. So you were making a whopping $400 a month. Woohoo! You're getting a 6% return on your money. Man, you put 5% in your government bond right now with zero risk and zero work. And don't think owning a piece of real estate is not work, because it is. By the way, if you hire a management company, that's 10%. That's $260. So now you're only making $140 a month. If you don't want to manage it, if you want to manage it, that means they're going to call you at 2 o'clock in the morning. Their toilet's overflowing, right? Don't think that's absentee ownership, because it's not, right? And wait till they move out, and then you find out that their dog peed all over the carpet, and you got to replace all the carpet. And they only gave you $1,000 deposit, and the carpet's $4,000. Yep. That's owning a single family house. It is not doable. Let's take that same $80,000 and buy an $800,000 laundromat. So the $80,000 is what, a 10% down payment, right? Yeah. The SBA loan is $9,100 a month. The profit from that laundromat is 18.8 per month. So that's going to leave you cash flow of almost 10 grand. So the same 80,000, I'm buying a single family house, makes $400 a month, or I'm using that $80,000 to buy a laundromat, I'm making $10,000 a month. You tell me. If you want to stay in the real estate, God bless you. If you can't see how transformational this is, I don't know what else to tell you. Because it is transformational. That's $120,000 a year in income off an $80,000 investment. I have a feeling that's more than most of you guys make. And that's a 10% down payment. I'll show you how to do it with 5. Now it's a $40,000 down payment. Or if it's an $80,000 down payment, I'm buying a $1.6 million laundromat. And now instead of 10, I'm making 20 a month with a 5% down payment, buying a bigger company. It's transformational. You just got to jump off the bridge. Okay, a couple more questions. I'm going to go into live deal reviews probably for about 30 minutes. And when I go into live deal reviews, the QR code's not going to be up because I'm showing up P&Ls and stuff. So if you want to sign up for a call, please do so now while I'm asking these couple more questions here. And I'm going to stop talking for about 30 seconds because my voice is going away, and I'm going to drink some water here. So ask me a question.
Put your questions down below if it hasn't been answered yet.
Say that again.
Oh, I was just telling them to put their questions in.
Oh, or you can go back to some other ones from previous ones.
Where do you think the best place to find a small business is?
Best place. I don't know if you're talking about geography. There are 10 million businesses for sale inside the United States, so they're all over the place. They're in every single city in the entire country. From a location perspective, I don't want to go into a whole bunch of detail on this. You can find there's business brokerages, websites, hundreds of them. You can work your network, and you can try to find an off-market deal, something that's currently not for sale, and you just, in essence, knock on their door. Mr. and Mrs. Plumber, do you want to sell your plumbing company? That's off market. I'll go into a little bit more detail on how I help you under all three of those scenarios. Try to help I will show you how I help you find on-market deals. I will show you how I help you find off-market deals, and I will show you how to work your network to find deals as well. Okay.
Chris says you have great hair.
Well, thank you, Chris. Was that just a statement, or was there a question in there?
Nope, that was it. I just wanted to let you know.
Now I'm self-conscious now. I feel like I need to put a hat on. Okay.
Is San Diego a good place to buy business?
Yes. Yes. Oh, I know some people that live in California think that California is not a great place to because they're not quote business friendly. And I just said it's the seventh biggest economy in the entire world. So I don't understand what is not good from a California perspective on why it's not a good deal. I don't understand that. So again, if you're buying the right business at the right plate, at the right time, and at the right price, you're going to be fine, no matter where it is in the entire country. I don't care if it's in a little podunk city or if it's in the middle of Manhattan. I don't care. If you're buying the right business, you're going to be fine. Okay.
Yeah. What credit score do you need when buying a business?
700.
Nice.
700. So again, the SBA is going to lend off of the business. But if you got really bad credit, then you're going to be problematic. And if you got something, if you have a 640 credit score, then this isn't for you for 6 months. Go fix your credit score and then come back in 6 months. Okay. Actually, a lot of SBA lenders will do 620. Excuse me, 670. I just say 700 because you have a 700, you're definitely going to get a deal. 670 is like, yeah, you may have to look around. You may have to make 3 or 4 or 5 phone calls before somebody will do your deal. But again, if you got a 650, don't get discouraged. Just go away. Make a couple of the medical payments on something or whatever bad debt you got or whatever. Just make a couple payments and get caught up. Okay. All right. Go
Can I
ahead.
ask one? After buying a business, what kind of mentorship do we need and for how long?
After buying a business,
After buying a business.
after buying a business. Well, if you are a member of my community, you're going to be in my community for life. And you can reach out to me anytime you want. I am not a post-acquisition specialist. I can help you with stuff. I've run several businesses successfully. Most of the time, I will get you in contact with the right person. So if you call me and say, "Hey, Paul, I'm looking for a marketing specialist," and I've got 3 or 4 of them that you can call, right? "Hey, Paul, I'm thinking about buying a real estate and moving my business in. Do you know a real estate broker?" Yes, I do. I got some people at Caldwell Banker that'll do stuff all across the country. So I know people. I know the right people. You want some operational efficiencies? I got some guys with entrepreneur operating systems, EOS, that I can get you their phone numbers to help you run your business more efficiently. So I can help you through all that process. Okay. All right. So next 20, 30 minutes, I'm going to go through a couple live deal reviews. Inside my community, I go into a lot more detail. I do live deal reviews inside my community every Monday nights at 7 p.m. Central. I run the live deal reviews myself. So I'm going to go over 3 deals in 30 minutes. I normally go over 1 deal in an hour. I just want to kind of hit the high points here. But on Monday nights, every Monday night, I go into massive detail. And these are members. So if you find a deal, all you got to do is redact it, the black things, just like I did here on the screen. And Britt, you can see the screen, right?
I can see you. I can't see the PowerPoint.
Okay, I'm glad I asked. Let me go back over here. Where are we? Oh, because I forgot to hit share. There we go. Now you can see it, right?
Now it's blue. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Okay. I'll make it super big. That's probably too big. Okay. So on the live deal reviews, what I do is a lot of times they're community deals. So somebody in my community found a deal and they'll redact it. So they'll just, like I did here, all the black stuff I redacted, all the personal information, name of the company, name of the broker, emails, phone numbers, all that sort of stuff, right? Tax ID numbers, etc. And a lot of times it's a deal member, and they'll redact it, send it to me on Sunday. I'll review it real quick before I throw it up on the screen on Monday night, and then we talk about your deal. So 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40 people are asking you questions about your deal. So it just kind of vets it more, make you more comfortable what you're doing, um, throwing out questions of things you didn't think about. So it's actually kind of cool. So I do that on Mondays, and then on Q&As on Wednesday, live Q&A. So you can ask me any questions you want. So very similar to tonight, they're unvetted. You can ask me any questions, ask me personal questions. You can ask me questions about my kids and what I think about whatever. Okay, so here's a company, environmental remediation company. Some of this stuff, when you're looking at deals, some of this shit, this is all you get. Some of them you get a nice 80-page document, and the other stuff you get like 6 pages. And you got to understand how to value all of this stuff based off this. Okay. So these guys did asbestos removal up in Oregon. This is not one of my deals. This is actually about 4 years old. This is somebody I just consulted with on the side. 2.4 million in sales. It makes 469. Everybody know what EBITDA is? You guys gotta understand terminology. EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. Okay. So there's other terminologies: ODE, owner's discretionary earnings; ODI, owner's discretionary income, which is how much money the company makes. Okay. So this is kind of a badass company. It's for sale for $975,000. Everybody know what a multiple is? 975 divided by 469. Everybody understand that? So purchase price, 975 divided by how much money it makes, 469 is your multiple, 2.07. So the other way to say that is I take the net income or the EBITDA or the ODI and multiply it by 2.07, and that comes up to the purchase price. Most multiples are going to be between 3 and 4. I'll go through this again because it's kind of confusing. Most multiples are going to be between 3 and 4. So if a company makes $1 million in profit, $1 million in profit, most likely that company is going to sell between $3 and $4 million. A 3 multiple, 1 million times 3 is 3. 1 million times 4 equals $4 million. Net income times 3, a multiple of 3, or a multiple of 4. So 90% of the deals are going to fall between a 3 and a 4 multiple. There'll be some outliers like this one, and there'll be some badass companies that are big and been around forever and got a lot of equipment and inventory and all that sort of stuff that may sell for a 4.5. But 90% of them are going to be between 3 and 4. This one's at a 2. So stupid number. Okay. I'm not so sure I even want to talk about this, but staff, this is stuff that's going to be in a SIM, a confidential information memorandum. This is the investment package. This is going to tell you all about the deal. You got to look at everything on here, and I'll show you some ones that are bigger. So this profit and loss statement. Everybody know the difference between cash accounting and accrual accounting? I'm going to say most of you guys do not. You guys got to figure all this stuff out. If you don't need this, you got to hire somebody. You got to learn. You can't navigate these waters by yourself. Somebody that asked that question earlier about I'm scared because I have 2 kids and one on the way and I got a family. I'm scared. Even more reason not to do this by yourself. Join a community like mine to help you through this shit. It's for as good as life altering it can be on the positive, it can F your life up if you do it wrong. As I said, you're jumping off the bridge, you're putting your entire life on the line. You better know what you're doing. Because if you don't and you just miss one thing, and as I go through this stuff, I'm going to point out 10 or 15 things. If you didn't see those 10 or 15 things as well as I did, you cannot do this by yourself. There's 107 people on this call now, or however many there's on here right now. There's 102 people on this call right now. There's going to be one or two people that maybe see all of the red flags that I see. Those one or two people, you don't need me. You can navigate this water by yourself. Go ahead, do it. I still wouldn't recommend doing it, but go ahead. Okay. The other people that don't see what I see, you can't do this by yourself. You will get your ass handed to you. It took me 10 years. I'm a CPA. It took me 10 years to become comfortable reading financial statements of small businesses. It's not like reading a financial statement of a Fortune 500 company. Those are two different things. The accounting's different. Small business owners, 99% of them cheat on their taxes. They run through personal expenses. You got to understand owner add-backs and all those personal expenses that got run through, right? So this is the typical profit and loss statement, income statement, whatever, right? Made $2.5 million a year. Zero cost of goods sold. So you guys understand what cost of goods sold is? If I'm a tire store and I sell tires, well, tires are my cost of goods sold, right? So what should be in there, by the way? Here's my first question. What else should be in there that is not currently in there on that P&L? Because they're accounting for shit incorrectly. Anybody know? The answer is right there. I just scrolled down. What should be in cost of goods sold that is currently not in cost of goods sold? Anybody have an answer in chat?
The vehicle, the inventory cost.
Nope. I may have all 102 people that can't do this off of one question. Don't get frustrated with you don't know what I'm telling you. It took me 25 years to get to this. What takes you 3 or 4 or 5 hours to navigate on financial statements, I can do in less than 2 minutes. I've underwritten 1,500 to 2,000 deals. This is all I do. And I'm very much a nerd and I love doing it. Okay. And you don't think it matters where you account for stuff on the P&L? That is 100% wrong. Cost of goods sold. They are an asbestos removal, asbestos abatement. How are they generating their revenue? They're not selling you a product. They are selling you what? A service. And what is service? Service is labor. That's your payroll. So their payroll is down here. That's all of their field workers. That is not an administrative expense. That $1 million should be up here in cost of goods sold. They are not accounting for it properly. So your question is, well, at the end of the day, it still comes out at the bottom line, and they wherever the bottom line is, they still made $420,000. Does it really matter where they put that payroll? Yes, it does. It does matter, right? Because go back to that number. What if 150,000 of that $1.017 million was actually administrative, and the other 90 some odd thousand was cost of goods sold? How do you analyze your business? What's your gross profit percentage? How do you manage that? You can't manage a business if you can't understand and account for things properly. So in the state of Texas, I don't know what other states are. I'm in the state of Texas. State of Texas has a business franchise tax, and it's not for franchises. I don't know why they call it a franchise tax. It is a cost of doing business. It is not a business income tax. It is a cost of doing business tax. So they tax you on your gross revenue, your $2.4 million, or they tax you on your gross profit, whichever is higher. So like do like 2% on gross revenue and 3% on gross profit. So if I'm not accounting for things properly, I'm going to be paying two, three, four, five, maybe $10,000 or more in taxes because I didn't account for things properly. I'm not doing this to scare you. I'm doing it to make sure you understand you have to seek guidance to do this. There's a lot of stuff you got to know. So I don't think any of the 102 people on the call got that. So I'm going to go
Yeah,
through it.
well,
Go ahead.
we got one.
Oh, we got one that had it right. Okay, who was
Mhm.
that? Just keep track of them because that now got to go for that. What's the person's name?
Judy, sorry.
Judy. All right, Judy, I'm after you. I'm
Mm,
after you, Judy. All right, let's see. I don't know if there's anything else on this one. We ended up not buying this company because this person ended up lying to us.
mm.
Okay. What do you think fees are right here? This is not one of my questions for Judy. What do you think fees are right there? Credit card fees? Yep. Credit card fees. Insurance. I just made a note. Can't read my handwriting. It says seems low. Asbestos removal. These people are working around things that cause cancer. So I just kind of said, man, that kind of seems kind of low, $87,000. I didn't verify it because we didn't go through due diligence. But I'm taking notes on stuff that just kind of doesn't seem right as I'm going through this. Rent. Who owns the building? Because we heard that they own the building. So if they own the building, why are they charging rent? So again, that was just kind of a question to myself. I don't think I'm going to go anything more on this one.
Are they doing that to avoid taxes?
Doing what?
Just like messing with the numbers.
No,
Oh, okay.
I don't
Different
think so.
reasons. Okay.
So balance sheet. I mentioned very early. I know some of you guys weren't here early. The balance sheet is 50 times more important than the P&L, and I will show you why over the next 20 minutes. Okay. Why it's more important. So I just saw accounts receivable here. So when somebody sells something, I sell $1,000 widget and it takes them 30 days to pay me for that widget. That's accounts receivable. So that's money I have coming in from customers that have not paid me. I've sold them something and they owe me money. That's accounts receivable. So I just said AR aging on that. Okay. I'm going to get into AR aging in another deal that is more problematic, that why we walked away from the deal. I'll get into that a little bit. Okay. Who knows what retained earnings is? Down here in the equity section. Other than Judy, I'm assuming Judy's a tax person or an accountant or something. Judy, so you can't answer this. So what's retained earnings? Retained earnings is an historic snapshot of how much the company has made from day one. So why is that important? It is a verification tool. So if these guys gave you profit and loss statements that say that they made $1 million a year for the last 10 years, and you come over to the balance sheet and you see retained earnings of 1.2, you're going to say what? Bullshit. Because that retained earnings should be 10 million. Because at the end of the year, I have $1 million in my profit and loss, and I close those books out. I take all those receipts and I throw them in the shoebox, and that year's over, and I close everything to zero. Where does that profit go? It closes out and it's moved over into the balance sheet under retained earnings. So if I made $1 million a year for 10 years, when I close that books off, $1 million every year goes to the balance sheet. So that number should be 10 million. So you are calling bullshit because you are verifying all of the shit that they've been telling you that I'm on the P&L should show up on the balance sheet. Right? If a company's making $1 million a year, you think they should have a lot of loans outstanding? Should they have pulled money from their line of credit? Should they be borrowing money to buy a $30,000 piece of equipment if they're making $1 million a year? No. If they have a bunch of loans outstanding, that's not good. How about accounts payable? Right? These are things I owe. If I'm making $1 million a year and I got an accounts payable that is $465,000. You think that company's making $1 million a year? No way in hell are they making $1 million a year. Why aren't they making their bills on time? The balance sheet is a verification tool of what's going on in the P&L. I look at the P&L for like 3 seconds, and then I spend 30 minutes on the balance sheet. And I spend another 30 minutes on the tax return, which is even more complex. But there's some cool shit on the tax return. Okay. All right. So I'm going to show you a picture. This is an actual sim. This is a really nice one that broker did. Confidential information memorandum. This is a deal that somebody's looking at. It's a kitchen remodeling company. It's for sale for $3.5 million. This is what a real sim looks like. Okay. Executive summary, how much revenue, how much money it's making, margins, etc. Okay. Company overview, what's going on, pictures of some of the work they've done. Investment highlights kind of tells you what's going on here, who they use, who their appliance companies are, where they do work. Financial overview. Are you good reading all this stuff? Or you think you need help? Actual and projected earnings. Revenue up here. Pre-tax profit. Depreciating equipment. A little bit of interest expense for car loan, whatever. Unadjusted EBITDA. Do we know what this stuff is down here? All that stuff. Owner's comp, owner's benefits, owner's perks. Those are owner add backs. These are the personal shit they've run through the company. So they take the 642. That's your profit and loss statement. Very bottom line, your net income. And then they add back. They ran through a bunch of personal expenses. So let's just say they paid one of their kids $10,000 a year, ran it through as a business expense, even though the kid didn't do any work. That is a personal expense. They ran it through, and that is not an expense that you are going to incur. So what do? They take that 642 and they add $10,000 to it to make it to 652 because that's how much money you're going to make because that $10,000 expense of going to that child goes away. So there's a shitload of owner add backs. Extremely confusing. I still get confused on owner add backs. And you may run into a deal where the owner add backs is an entire freaking page. And they got shit going all over the place. How about this as an owner add back? Or how about as a negative add back? They're paying their spouse to be the bookkeeper and paying him 40 grand. So that spouse is actually working 40 grand. Do you think that's a market value for a bookkeeper? So when the spouse leaves, again, this is the shit you got to figure out all by yourself if you're going to navigate these waters by yourself. And if you can't do this, then you got to hire somebody. They paid that spouse $40,000. What's the going rate for a bookkeeper right now? If you had to go hire him because that spouse is no longer going to do that bookkeeping for you and you paid him 40 because you're one of the smart ones and I'm helping you navigate these waters. We've done some research and the market value for a bookkeeper in San Diego or in Dallas, Texas, wherever you're buying is $60,000. That is a negative add back. You are going to incur an additional $20,000 of expenses above and beyond what the previous owner did. They paid that spouse 40 and you're going to have to hire a new person and pay 60. So that's a $20,000 miss. So that's a negative number. So we're going to go to 642 and now it's 622. But you know what? That negative add back wasn't on this report. They're not trying to cheat you. They may be trying to cheat you. I doubt it. I'm thinking they're uneducated. The business broker who put this spreadsheet together, his last job was a lifeguard. And now he's selling businesses. You think he knows what he's doing? No. You got to figure all this shit out yourself. Because remember, if you didn't catch that, you just overpaid for this company by how much? Between a 3 and a 4 multiple. You overpaid for this company because you didn't catch that. Between $60,000 and $80,000, you just overpaid. Will you go bankrupt because of that? No. But you do 2 or 3 or 4 of those things, yeah, you will go bankrupt. This is very easy to do if you're in bed with the right person. Okay. So we started 642. Here's all the seller add backs. So this company's really making 977 after all the owner add backs. Okay. Assets, you get $315,000 worth of assets. I don't know what that is. It's computers. That could be forklift. That could be equipment, whatever. Okay. They're getting this. I don't even know. Discounted cash flows. Are you shitting me? No, no. Don't even worry about shit like that. They're just trying to make you confused. Final estimated value and users' confidence level. I have no idea what they're doing. Estimated value before adjustments, and the confidence level is 33% on this valuation. So I don't know what they're doing. They're trying to do valuation in 3 or 4 different ways and do it an average of those 3 ways. I don't know what they're doing. I've never seen that before. That is just stupid. Industry overview. I don't care that kitchen remodels is $235 billion. Don't get word in this fluff. That's why I can read a sim in 3 minutes, because I don't read stupid shit like this. More pictures. Okay, this is super important. Equipment. Okay. Their truck is 10 years old. Their box truck is 8 years old. This truck is 5 years old. They did building. Look, they ran through. They put in some shrubs in the front, and that's considered an asset. That's funny. Nice. Very good. Very good. I don't know why they did that. I bring this up because you need to know this. Those trucks aren't super old, but what if all those trucks were 2008s? Yeah. Is that a problem? Yeah, it is a problem. You got heavy maintenance expense every year, and it's going to continue to get worse. And most likely, you're going to end up having to buy new ones, and it's going to cost you a lot of money. Okay. Those are the things you need to understand. I think what they don't have in here too. Oh, they do have in here. This is really important. I don't like all the wording that they did in this, but this is really important too. Head installer. How long they been there? Holy shit, they've been there since 1985. That is absolutely badass. How much do they make? $94,000 plus a distribution. I guess they're part owner. Good. Think that's market? Good. How about if that head installer made $50,000 a year? Is that bad? Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah, it is. Guess why they're still working there? Because they're best friends with the owner. And when you come in as the new owner, they don't like you and they're going to leave. Okay. You got to go through every single worker, how much they make. You need to calculate what the market value is. And when was the last time they had a raise? They may have not had a raise in 4 years. But you know what? They don't care because all those people work there. They love the owner. They love working there. It's a great place to work. It's a family environment. They can take off anytime they want. They can leave on a Tuesday at 3 and go watch their kids' ball game. It's a family environment. So they're okay with being underpaid. They're okay with having a raise, not having a raise for 4 years. And now you take over, they don't like you. They're all going to leave because they haven't had a raise in 4 years. Or you're going to have to give them all raises. And you didn't take that into account in the valuation of the business. You just overpaid the business by $300,000 or $400,000 because you didn't take that into account. Okay, this is super important. This is a good sim to look at. I don't care about the reviews. I don't care about their jobs. I don't care about that. Okay, I'm going to go over one more, and then we're going to switch to some other shit. This one's really good. This is a trash hauling deal in Tennessee. I love this company so much, I wanted a part of it. This was a buddy of mine in GoBundance. my mastermind group that I'm in. He came to me. It's like, Paul, I'm working this deal. I need your help. So I went and looked at it. And all he did was send me this one little email right here. And I was like, holy shit. Purchase price, 800 grand. It comes with the real estate. 350 of real estate. It comes with the deal. It has $310,000 worth of vehicles. So it's a trash hauling company. So big old trash trucks. I don't know what $140,000 existing client means. I don't know what that means. Okay. And this deal was for sale for 800 grand. And in that 800 grand included 350. So I'm selling, the business is being sold for what? 450, right? I do the math on that right? The business is 450. The real estate's 350. So the total purchase price is 8. Okay. Make some notes on that. So the purchase price of the business is 450. Real estate is 350 for a total price of 800. Okay. This looks great. Out in a rural area, they have zero competition. So they're just hauling trash. And they also have some big trash bins too. So if you're doing a big remodel at your house and you gutted it, you need those big old roll-off dumpsters. They have those. Okay. Here's the P&L. This year started 2020. These are tax returns. You got to know how to read them. They only had $13,000 in revenue. It started off. Okay. First year in existence. Okay. Second year in business. Man, went from 13 to 208. This is badass. That's growing. Okay. Now we're going to start looking at this stuff over here. All this stuff. They spent $15,000 on advertising, contract labor. We're going to come back to that in a second. Judy, you with me on this one, girl? Contract labor, 55 grand. Depreciation expense. So they bought a bunch of dump trucks or trash hauling trucks and they wrote them all off. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Repairs and maintenance on those trash trucks, other expenses. They lost 210 grand. Not really. Tax wise, they lost 270, but they wrote off this as a soft cost. That's not a real expense. 270 is depreciation. You take that out, they actually made 60,000 bucks from their operations. Okay. Second year in the business, they made 60 grand. Very good. There's their other expenses, by the way. This 48 is detailed. Where am I going? Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. There it is. Landfill bill and gas expense. That's that 48 on that front page. Okay, so now I'm at 571 in income. Okay, this is badass. This is going really well. Look at these numbers again. Contract labor, I'm going to come back to this, 168. Okay. They bought some more trucks, had depreciation of 169 here. Come on, 169. Okay. 143 in other expenses. Landfill bill is 81 and gas expense for the trucks is 61. Okay. So this is when we're buying it. This is what I got for the 2023 P&L. That's what I got. That's my handwriting up on top. So my income's up now down to 720. Okay. Income down here, if you see that, it's $250,000. What's my purchase multiple on businesses? Between 3 and 4. I'm going to go 4 in this one because I really like it. So that's $1 million. Plus the $350,000 in real estate. This company's worth $1.35 million. And what's the purchase price? 800 grand. I couldn't sleep for a week. I was buying in. I was getting 20% of this deal. Okay. But I didn't see a bunch of this stuff. But once I started seeing it and I started asking questions. Judy, I'm going to go back to here. So I started asking a question. Contract labor. Do you see any payroll anywhere? Any payroll on in here anywhere? No, it's not. Does anybody understand the difference between payroll W-2 and 1099 independent contractors? W-2 are your employees. They work for you, and you have payroll taxes associated with them. The payroll taxes are you as the employer pay half of the payroll taxes, 8%. And then as a W-2 worker, you get a deduction out of your paycheck for 8. But what you probably don't know, the employers that paying the other 8 for a total of 16. You get deduction 8, and your employer, your owner, pays 8% in payroll taxes for a total of 16. If you're an independent contractor, you work for yourself, you pay both sides of those. The employer does not pay it because you're not a W-2, you work for yourself. So you pay what they call self-employment tax. Okay? So if you could choose, would you rather have a W-2 worker or a 1099? Anybody know? I'm assuming everybody's like, I want a 1099 because I don't have to pay payroll taxes. 100% illegal. Google irs.gov. irs.gov, 1099 versus W-2 questions. There's 4 or 5 questions to figure out if you have W-2 or 1099. Do they own their own equipment? So to these guys that are driving the trash trucks, the garbage trucks, do they own those trucks themselves? No, they don't. They're W-2. Do they have their own tools? No, they don't. They're using your tools. They are W-2. Do you supervise them? Yes, I do. They are W-2. Can they work for somebody else? No, they cannot work for anybody else. They are W-2. So these people that were 1099 contractors, and you will get caught, by the way. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You will get caught, and you will be liable for all of those taxes. That's how people go bankrupt. Because they do this wrong for 10 or 15 years, and they get audited once, and the IRS hits them with an $875,000 bill. And you go bankrupt. Because you tried to save 10 or 15 or 20 or 30 or 40 or $50,000 per year, and it's going to be penalties and interest, and they're going to want it. They'll take your house, they'll take your business, they'll take everything. This is super important. So their payroll was about $250,000 in 23. What's 8% of $250,000? 16, 20, let's call it 20 grand. So we were going to convert them over to W-2. That's going to cost me another 20 grand. Okay. So it's going in the wrong direction. Let's see here. Fuel, office, land for payroll, spectrum, Farmers Bureau, right here. What do you think that is? Farm Bureau. What do you think that is? That's their insurance. I'm doing $720,000 in sales. I am hauling hazardous waste and trucks, trash, driving nonstop. And all of my insurance is $10,000. So that's general liability. That's insurance on the trucks. They should have a pollution and environmental policy as well. They should have workers' comp. I'm thinking that insurance probably should be around $150,000 to $200,000. Let's just call it 130. Because we're paying an extra $20,000 in payroll taxes. We'll call it 140 because I'm already paying 10, so it's 130 incremental. So that's when I take it over and I right size the insurance and I turn my 1099 into W-2, that's $150,000 of additional cost. How much money is he going to make this year? $250. So when I take it over, it's going to make $100. And now I don't like it so much. I'm going to pay a 3 multiple. That's $300,000. The real estate's $350. So when I originally thought it was worth 1.3 million, after spending 5 minutes and asking 3 or 4 questions, I now think it's worth 650 and it's for sale for 800. So we walked away from the deal. Could you caught could that's only two things on there. Did you guys catch that? Did you catch both of them? Or did you buy this business? Did you overpay for this business? And maybe you were fine because you would have kept in W-2 and would have stayed underinsured. So maybe you thought you would have been fine until one of your guys got in an accident that was carrying hazardous waste, and you had a $4 million insurance cleanup, and you weren't insured properly, and now you just lost your house, or you got audited from your 1099 W-2 people, and then you went bankrupt. So you made good money for 3 or 4 years, and then it caught up with you. Did you guys catch that? Yeah. Book a call.
Paul, can you remind everybody that you work with them and you can do all this for them so that they.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, without a doubt. So let me get back over here. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. Let me share my screen again. Okay. We're back over here now. We're going to go back over to the very beginning. All right. Book a call. So hopefully I just scared you. I'm assuming, Judy, you didn't catch those two things. I'm just going to make that assumption, Judy, because that was a good find on the first one by you. So you might have caught both of those. So one person out of 100 people caught that. This was a great business. I'm assuming 99, if not all 100 of you people would have bought that and overpaid for it and got into trouble. I would have caught that for you. You would have got that deal. You would have sent that deal to me because you're a community member. You would have sent that deal to me. I would have analyzed it. And then me and you would have jumped on a phone call. And then we would analyze it together. And if we figured out what we liked it, and I would have caught those red flags, and I would have told you to make an offer for 600 grand or walk away from the deal, one or the other. I most likely would have told you to make an offer for 600. They probably would have passed on it. And then because we're patient and persistent, we would have moved on to the next one. So you're not doing this by yourself. You're doing it with me. My community, what you're going to be joining, my community is me. I run the entire thing. I'm not going to send you over to a 24-year-old analyst straight out of business school to analyze these deals for you. I'm not going to allow you to do that. I couldn't handle that. I couldn't handle that. If somebody came into my community and didn't have a successful purchase, I could not handle that. My entire company is me. And I take everything very personally. I do everything myself. So if hopefully I've convinced you that this is the way for you to change your financial future and to create generational wealth, pass this down to your children or your grandchildren. If that's what your goal is, that's great. Or to be able to afford to send your kids to private schools or to go to Machu Picchu or do whatever you want, or hell, go to some World Cup soccer games. Which, by the way, one other thing that just happened tonight, I would love to watch the U.S. game, but my kid came in to me at 4 o'clock today, and I'm in Dallas, and Sweden and Japan were playing today in Dallas, and he was going to buy me tickets at the last minute and go. And I said, no, I got to get on the phone with 200 or 300 people and try to change their lives. So that's the commitment I'm making to you guys, right? All right, a couple questions, and then I'm going to have probably about 10 or 15 more minutes of some stuff to go over, and then we'll have like 30 minutes of questions at the end to go over a bunch of really cool shit and wrap all this stuff up. But do set up a call. My team members are badasses, and again, most likely I will jump on every single one of those calls in the next 3 days to help you figure out if this is the right thing for you and how we kind of change your life. So do set up some calls. Just scan it with your phone. Britton, do you have a code if somebody's on their phone that they
Yes, I
can
can drop a link in the
drop a
chat.
link in the chat. So if some of you guys are on your phone, Britton will drop a link in the chat. Um, so you can sign up that way. Um, so okay, a couple questions real quick before we go on to something else.
How much accounting education would you recommend for us to have to buy a business?
As much as you can get. Okay. I tell my kids to, I don't care if they're going to be a doctor, an attorney, a nurse, or a teacher, to take as many accounting classes as you can. Now, I understand most of you guys are out of college. Go learn. Go take some stuff at a community college. Accounting 101, Federal Taxation 101. Read a couple books. I mean, hell, get my book, The Exit Plan. Um, hell, I just told you enough about taxes tonight. Um, you go talk to a CPA, they're not going to tell you the shit I'm telling you about. They don't specialize in small businesses. They don't think like I think, right? So it's good to have that. You can learn that. You can go read some books and take some classes, and don't worry about all that shit, because I'm going to help you navigate all that sort of stuff. And you're going to have access to my entire Rolodex inside my community. So my attorney, my insurance guys, my SBA lenders, I got them all. You don't have to find any of these people. Okay. So I vetted, like my insurance broker is with Marsh and McLennan. They're the biggest in the entire world. I went through 3 or 4 insurance brokers before I got to this one, and this person's actually spectacular. So it's Nina at Marsh and McLennan. I will give you her cell phone number. She will work with you directly because she knows me. Okay. So don't worry about all that sort of stuff. We'll find you an attorney. We'll find you a CPA to work with you. So you don't need to know all this stuff yourself. Again, remember, you're going to look in the mirror and you're going to figure out what you're good at and what you're not good at. If you're not good at accounting, we're going to hire an accountant to do all that stuff for you. Okay. But what's good about coming into my community is I got 65 training videos, um, and 10 or 15 of them are on taxation. I'm not trying to make you a CPA or a tax expert. I'm trying to instill enough confidence and education in you so when you hire your CPA, you can ask them intelligent questions. Okay, does that make sense? And I'll do a 5-minute tour of the community, so you'll kind of see some of those videos in a couple minutes to kind of see what you're joining and what you're getting. What are the questions?
Do you recommend having a business potential for the call? So in order to get on one of these calls, do you recommend that they already have a business in
No,
mind?
no, not at all. If you have one, that's great. If you're looking at one, that's great. We can talk about it. But no, we're just mainly talking about your situation and how this kind of fits in with your life, and how this would work, and kind of go through like, okay, this is what the next 3 months looks like, and kind of make sure you're familiar with what you need to do the first week, and what you're doing the second week, and what you're doing the third week, and what you're learning, and all that sort of stuff. So we just kind of walk you through how to go from cradle to grave on this.
How do you convince the seller and the lender to do a deal with you if you don't have direct industry experience?
Doesn't matter. Does not matter. So you're if you dropped out in second grade and you've been living in your parents' basement playing video games for the last 45 years, then no, you're not going to um, get approved. Okay. If you've been a nurse for the last 20 years, you're going to get approved. If you've been an HVAC technician, you're going to get approved. If you're a CPA, you're going to get approved. If you're a marketing expert working at a firm, you're going to get approved. Okay. Now there could be a couple of technical things. If you're buying an electrical engineering firm and you're not an electrical engineer, you're probably not going to get approved. But if you're buying a flooring company, like I did, you're going to get approved. Okay. So you'll get approved for 95% of them. So that's not an issue.
How do you feel about boring businesses and what businesses do you recommend?
Did you say flooring?
Boring, but
Boring
flooring.
businesses. Okay, flooring. Well, flooring is a boring business too. So I I love all businesses. There's a few I don't like. So people ask me about what the businesses I do like. I really kind of tell you the ones I don't like. Because what I don't want to do is say I like these 7 businesses, and then there's 7,000 other badass businesses I don't even know exist. And now you're not looking at those 7,000 other badass businesses. Okay. So I hate freaking franchises. I absolutely hate franchises. One, most of them are restaurants, which I hate restaurants. 95% of franchises suck. 95% of restaurants suck. Okay. I don't like anything digital. I don't like you're selling shit on eBay or Amazon. That ship has sailed, and the people that are making they got in there 10 years ago. I don't like anything in that space. I don't like convenience stores. I don't like liquor stores. I don't like people. I don't like companies that are very family dependent. So you're selling, and brother Bobby is the seller. Was sister Jane and his brother Steve and his dad works there, and they're going to stay there? No, no, they're not. You're not buying that business. So any businesses that have family members that are going to stay on, no, that is a dumpster fire. Okay. So there, it's more of these 10 or 15 things I don't like, and the other 5 million things I do like. Again, mostly because there's a shitload of businesses out there that you don't even know exist. Like I own an oil and gas company. And until I got into this, I didn't even know this exists. So we work for Trans Canada and Phillips 66. Those are our 2 customers. We do pipeline maintenance. So these pipelines are all underground, and they carry a commodity, oil, gas, natural gas, whatever, gasoline, from point A to point B. From Cushing, Oklahoma to Dallas, Texas, there's a pipeline that's 6 feet or 8 feet underground carrying that commodity. We are above ground, and we survey that pipeline, which is really hard to do because it's below ground. And then they stick tools inside that pipeline to clean the inside of the pipeline. We track that tool. So we're in a 4x4 truck on top. That tool is going through the pipeline at 4 or 5 miles an hour, and we're with that truck following it. And we can follow it because we can hear the tool because it's suctioned to the inside of the pipeline. And when it crosses the weld joint, it makes a noise. And those weld joints are 40 feet apart. So we can calculate how fast that tool is going because it crossed there and then it went 40 feet and it took 17 seconds to go that 14 feet. So then we can calculate how fast it's going. And then we communicate with the actual oil and gas company to make sure that the pressure that they're pushing that tool through doesn't go too fast or too slow. Okay. Who knew that existed? That industry existed. Well, if I create a buy box and I'm saying I'm going for these 6 businesses, well, what if my oil and gas companies for sale, and you didn't even look at it because it's not in your what your buy box is, what you're desiring. Cast a super wide net, and you're going to have multiple lines in the water at the same time. If you're all in on one business and it falls apart and you start over from scratch, you're going to get very discouraged. If you're working 10 offers at the same time and 8 of them fall apart, you don't give a shit. But if you're working one and you spend 6 weeks on it and it falls apart, you're going to give up. Cast a super wide net and be working 10 or 15 deals at the same time. And you're going to be super successful, and you'll find a deal. Most deals, if you come in and you work it, you'll find one within 3 to 6 months and another 3 months to close. 3 to 6 months to find one and to get under contract, and then it's going to take 3 months to close. So if you jump off the bridge tomorrow, you'll be a business owner within 6 to 9 months. And then this is what I'm going to say. So if you keep your W-2, what does your life look like in 2 years? Is it any better? Did you go to Machu Picchu? Did you take any epic vacations with your family? You buy any toys? I hate toys, but maybe you like toys. You buy any toys? Did you do that kitchen remodel? Is your life changed? If you keep your W-2, is your life changed? If you jump off the bridge tomorrow and you own a business in 6 to 9 months, what does your life look like in 2 years? What does your life look like in 2 years? Answer that. Answer that. What does your life look like in 2 years? Give me another question.
We have a lot of questions about SBA loans. Someone said
Okay.
there's a lot on the internet. So just giving clarity about it.
The clarity about SBA loans, I mean, it's just, that's what you're going to use. 95% of deals are going to use an SBA loan. Most everybody's going to qualify. There's still 100 people on this call. If all of you tried to get an SBA loan tomorrow, 95% of you guys will qualify. And it's super easy. They lend off of the business. They don't lend off of you. If the business makes $300,000 and they project that the loan is going to be 125 and therefore you have 175 left over, they're going to lend you 100 out of 100 times because the business cash flows. All they care about is, can the business support the loan payments? That's all they care about. Brandon, can you see the down payment calculator?
Yes.
Okay, here's transformation right here. Down payments. Okay. I started with 45 grand. I'm just going to use 100 grand. Okay. When we're trying to find a down payment. So this is transformational. This is the results that I do this calculator. You're going to see the transformation on how much money you can make with very little down. Oh, I don't have 100 grand. Okay, find it. Remember, I sold my house and I sold my car. If you want to change your life, you have to sacrifice. Borrow money from a mom, a dad, an uncle, friend, someone you go to church with. Sell your car, sell your stocks and bonds, use your 401k or your IRA through a Robs. We already kind of talked about that twice. You can do that, right? You own a house. You own a house that's worth $700,000 and you owe $300,000. You have $400,000 in equity. Go get a HELOC, a home equity line of credit, and then use that money as your down payment. Okay, so we're gonna go through a scenario right here. We're just gonna say you have a down payment of 100 grand. Okay, if you got 50, then just divide all these numbers by 2. If you got 200 grand, multiply them by 2. If you got 500 grand, multiply them by 5. Okay. Then I'm just going to hit calculate. Here's your down payment. 100 grand. You guys see this? This is real freaking life. 100 grand. Remember I talked about you can do this with 5% down? $100,000 buys you a business for $2 million. $100,000 down payment buys you a freaking $2 million company. Are you freaking kidding me? Remember we talked about a 3 multiple? Companies are going to fall between a 3 and a 4. This analysis is at a 3. This company makes $670,000. 670 times 3 equals what? 2 million. Net income? Remember I had that SDE, seller's discretionary earnings? 670 grand times 3 equals a $2 million purchase price. I did $100,000 down payment. How much money you get to take home after all expenses, after debt payments, is $385,000. Here's your 2 loans. I borrowed 90% from the SBA. It's a $1.8 million loan at 8.5% for 10 years. The payment's $22,000 a month. I borrowed 5% from the seller. It's a $100,000 loan, 6%, 10 years, $1,100 a month. Those are your two loans. So you put 5% down and you finance 95%. This is a typical deal. This is something that you can do. These numbers don't look real. You put in $100,000 down payment and you are going home. This is money in your pocket after payroll, after rent, after utilities, after debt payment, after everything. You're taking home almost $400,000. And let's say you make $125,000 a year. You tripled your income with a $100,000 down payment. Who thinks you can do this in real estate? Who thinks you can do this in crypto? Who thinks you can do this making in stocks, bonds? This is sustainable. That's $385,000 every year for the foreseeable future. And guess what your number in 10 years is? Because your loan is now paid off. So guess how much you're making in year 11? Yeah, it's the 670. Now you're making almost $700,000 a year. This is real. Okay, let's actually go show you a deal. I'm going to go show you a deal. I'm going to talk for like 5 more minutes. This is deal sourcing. These are deals inside my community that people in my community have access to. These are live deals. These get scraped on a daily basis. Okay, I was looking down here earlier. There was a landscape supply company right here. It's under contract. Well, shit, we're late. That's funny because it just got listed today. Got to move fast. Some of these deals are badass. You got to move fast. Kitchen renovation company for sale for $1 million. It makes $276,000. It's the 4 multiple, right? Let's go look at this one. Landscape supply company, somewhere in Texas. It's for sale for 1.3. Look how much money it makes. $650,000. That's a 2 multiple.
Paul, will you explain what you're looking at? Some people are wondering where the best places to find businesses are.
Well, this is one of them right here. So this is deal sourcing inside my community. Okay. This is I give access to this everybody inside my community. Okay. So here's the details. So I just clicked on it. I'll go back. So here's my on market deals. So you can filter the deals. Here's a waterfront fine dining company. There's an electrical contracting. Here's a charming daycare center with the real estate. A child behavior therapy company. These are all companies for sale all across the United States. Here's one in Kings County, New York. Here's one in Connecticut. Where'd my company go? Did it go away? Did it move on me? Look, here's an adult entertainment company. That's interesting. I don't even know it went. Okay, we'll just look at this one. Commercial equipment sales, service parts and supplies. Not a great multiple, but we'll look at it. Somewhere in Smith County, Texas. I don't know where that is. Okay, so this is going to give you a little bit more detail. Asking price 1.5, cash flow 283, multiples 5.2. That's too expensive. Okay, I won't let you buy this company. Okay, but you can still make an offer. You can make an offer for 1.1. Maybe they take it. Okay. This system that I use here does a little bit of AI analysis on the company. It does a description of it. It's listed. So what this does is instead of you going and looking at hundreds of websites every single day, this system scrubs all those websites on a daily basis and pulls them in and aggregates them and puts them in one place. That's what this is. Okay. So this is actually listed on a website called businessesforsale.com. I can go see the original listing right here. So this is the original listing on that website. Okay, so you would go here if you want to contact the broker, you just go here. Okay, does that make sense? I'm going to show you one more thing that's really cool about this system. So this is where we were. So this is where all the systems are for sale. Remember, we talked about that 80-page sim, right? That has all of that information on that takes me 3 or 4 or 5 minutes to read, and it's going to take you 5 hours to read, and then you still won't understand most of it. You can pull this, you can pull that sim in here because it's going to be a PDF, and you're just going to drop it into Deal Funnel. So here's an example. This is going to pull in a sim, and I think this is actually a real estate, a landscaping company. And you're going to hit analyze. So it is. It's a landscaping company in Austin, and you're just going to hit analysis. Can everybody see that? It's a little tiny. So in essence, you just pulled that sim in, and it is spitting out all of this information and doing all this analysis for you. So if you're uncomfortable reading the sims, you have this to pull that sim in, and it'll actually read the sim for you. Okay? Kind of badass. I'm kind of scared about AI that, none of us may be here in 5 years, but we're going to have a good 5 years. So here it kind of analyzes the deal for you. So it is bringing in artificial intelligence and it's doing deals for you. It's a debt service coverage ratio of 2.26, which is really, 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 really good. Okay. It just says the overall business race is 4.7 out of 5. That's its own analysis. The risk assessment is low. It has two problems, transition and equipment. I'll get into those for a second. Okay. It summarizes your P&Ls for the last 3 years. Super easy to read. Okay. Add backs. Remember we talked about add backs before? These are all these personal expenses that business owners run through that really aren't valid business expenses. Okay, you got to take that out of the equation. This is taking it out right here. So here's all your add backs. Owner's compensation, owner's benefits, health insurance, life insurance, 401k contributions, whatever. They had a one-time legal fee of 22 grand. They ran through their personal vehicle expense, even though it did nothing for the business. They did some personal travel, $14,000 of personal travel, and ran it through the business. The business made charitable donations to the church of 8 grand. That's not a business expense. So it analyzes all of this sort of stuff. Okay. Deal health kind of goes through what's going on with the deal. Oh, look, this one's kind of badass. The owner only works 15 hours a week. Kind of cool. Overall risk on the deal is low. The management team transition risk is minimal, given that team stability and owner willingness to stay through a transition period is great. Okay. Risk. Low risk. Management's there. They're going to stay in place. The fleet of landscape equipment will require ongoing maintenance and eventual replacement. Factor into capital planning. I may need to replace 2 or 3 of the trucks within a year or two. So make sure I got that 30 or 40 or 50 or $60,000 in cash available. So when I need to replace that trailer or that truck, that I have that cash. Those are your risk. It's spitting all of this information out for you. Okay. Business. So it kind of just does a little bit of overview of the business. And this is what I really like. It comes up with a couple questions for the broker. How is the owner's total comp factored into seller's discretionary earnings? Want to ensure the add backs don't overlap with what's already excluded from net income. I couldn't find any supporting docs for the $8,000 in charitable donations. La-di-da-di-da. Okay. This is what's really cool. So when you find a deal and you make an offer, let's say we made an offer on this one of $1.3 million. Now we're going to go through due diligence, right? I'm assuming some of you guys don't know what due diligence is. It's just, in essence, you're auditing the books. You're just verifying everything is accurate. So it's provided you with 3 years of P&Ls and the balance sheets and tax returns, and they say they have 175 customers. Well, actually do they? So you're going to go through all their files and all their computers to make sure all this shit is really true and accurate. You most likely won't do this yourself. Okay. I'm a CPA. I do not do my own due diligence. I hire somebody to do it. People that are good at it. Okay. It probably costs $5,000 to $10,000. Okay. Remember, look in the mirror, figure out what you're good at, and hire the people to replace or to fill in for those blanks that you're not. You're not good at due diligence, so don't do it yourself. Hire somebody to do it. Okay. But even with that said, this actually will spit out a due diligence list for you. It's kind of cool. This is all the stuff. How does your business ensure its customer base stays diversified and are guardrails against over reliance on any single account? These are the questions that you're going to ask through due diligence. What creates customer stickiness? Is it switching costs, technical expertise, integration, or relationships? These are the questions you're asking and the documentation you're asking for to verify that all this stuff is actually real and what you're buying is real, right? If they had $2 million of revenue last year, you should be able to go through their books and their computers and their tax returns and their accounting software to verify that that $2 million really existed and is real. That's due diligence. So if you're uncomfortable with reading financial statements and reading an 80-page SIM, I have you covered. What I just showed you, again, I'll go back to the deals. So here's all these deals. Highly regarded and well-established accounting practice. You want to hire an account, you want to buy an accounting practice? Here's a lighting design, distribution, and manufacturing company. That is in, I don't know where it's not listed. $6 million for sale, and it makes $860,000 a year. It's overpriced. But anyway, so these are in here. They're already vetted. So again, we scrape websites on a daily basis, pull them in here. And by the way, we filter them and vet them out. You won't see any shitty businesses in here. You won't see a business in here for sale for $250,000 that doesn't have any tax returns, right? You're not going to see any of that stuff in here. These are the good businesses. We've already done all the work for you. And then you can pull in the SIM and do and throw it into AI and analyze it for you. Hell, coming in my community, I'm going to walk you through all this shit. You're not going to have to do very much work. Hell, you just got to sign up. You got to sign up, show up at closing with a check. Most of this work's going to be done for you. Right? All right, a couple more things I'm going to show, and then I'm going to ask, and my voice is starting to get hoarse. Okay, can you see that? I'm back on the presentation.
Yes.
Okay. How millionaires are made. Real quick, here's what they are. Let me know if you're any of those. 65% of millionaires are business owners. 20% are real estate. Are you an athlete? You make money in the stock market? Look, oh my God, W-2 people, employees, 0. There's the live deal reviews. Okay, I'm going to go over this and then we're going to turn it over to questions. 3 bullshit items out there about buying a business. So I get pissed off about this. I am a straight shooter. I don't want you coming in here because you heard about somebody else out on TikTok about buying a business with 100% owner financing, or that they used somebody else's money for the down payment. They found investors, or they found that laundromat and they want to buy that laundromat because they want to buy something that's absentee ownership. I'm speechless. I get so freaking pissed when I talk about this shit. I'll say something. If this is you, I need you to pull your head out of your ass. This is not reality. Not even close to it. Let's go over number 2. You've never bought a business. You don't have business experience. Why the F would anybody give you money to invest in your deal? Does that make sense? You've never bought a business. You've never operated a business. They don't know you. Why would somebody invest in your deal? You have 0 track record. No way in hell is anybody going to invest in your deals. That is a non-starter. This is hard work. This is hard work. I'm not going to blow hot air up your ass. I'm not going to sell you butterflies and unicorns and rainbows. This is hard freaking work. Maybe on deal number 3, after you've already bought 2 and you doubled the revenue on both of them in 2 years, now somebody's going to invest in your deal. In that third business, you can do it all without your money. Not business number 1. By the way, I'm 25 years in this. I've never had an investor invest in any of my deals. Ever. 1, because I don't want them. You're going to give up 20 or 30% of the deal for that investor, by the way. And they will have operational and voting control. Even though they own 20 or 30% of the company, they would have voting control over the company. So they're going to have control and vote over how much money you make, the salary you give yourself, the bonus you give yourself. They're going to have control over it. Don't do it. It's not real. It's not realistic. 100% seller financing. Put yourself in a seller's shoes. I'm 60 years old. I want to retire. I'm selling my flooring business for $2 million. I want to go travel the world and buy a lake house, and I want to retire. I want to buy a beach house. Why would I give you a loan for $2 million? I want all my money now. Who's going to do that? Nobody in their right mind. And what I say under here, if found, they're bad deals. If you ever come across a seller finance deal, is because they're pieces of shit. Because they're what I call non-loanable, non-bankable. I'll go through an example. They're going to be super tiny. Their books are going to be in disarray, and they haven't filed a tax return in 3 years. That's the business you're going to find. And the only way they can sell that company is owner financing, because the bank won't touch it. They're non-loanable, non-bankable. So are you okay with buying that company? Because you can't verify shit. They haven't filed a tax return in 3 years, and their books is a bunch of receipts in a box. So yeah, I got to sell my business, and I know a bank's not going to touch it. So the only way you can sell it is through owner financing. So if you find one, they're going to be a piece of shit. So hopefully I've wiped out number one, and hopefully I've wiped out number two as your brand is options, because they're not. They're not. I don't teach it. I don't present it, and I don't preach it. I know other people do. And I get pissed off at those people that present that shit. They're trying to sell you something. And the other thing they try to sell you is absentee ownership. Go through this scenario again. I've got $100,000, or you have $100,000 to your life. And I'm putting up all 100 of it. And by the way, you're putting up your house, your livelihood. If you're married, your marriage is on the line if this business goes bankrupt. And you're okay with somebody else managing that business? Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why would you think that business number one, you don't know what you're doing? Why would you think you could buy that and work it 2 hours a week and rely on somebody else for your livelihood? If that guy runs it or that girl runs it into the ground, you lose your house. Why would you think that that's a good thing to do? And also, too, by the way, all of the people that work in your business think you're worth $50 million. So guess what they're going to do if you're not around? Guess what they think you're going to do? They're going to steal everything you make. They think you make $10 million a year, and they're going to steal $50,000 from you because they think, oh, shit, he makes $50 million, so he won't see this. They're going to steal from you. You're not around. They hate you. They're going to steal from you. That's absentee ownership. I've never had an absentee ownership business, and I never will. I don't trust anybody. Every single one of my businesses I own, and all the real estate I own, I sign every single check. I don't trust anybody. There's been deals that I've been in that I'm a 10% owner, and I won't invest unless I sign the checks. I don't trust anybody. And neither should you. But if you think you're going to get into something as an absentee ownership because you want to sit home and play video games all day long, uh-uh, it's not for you. But I won't let you. I won't let you do it. I take this personally. I won't let you screw up your life. The other two, if you find an owner finance and if you find money, I'm all on that shit. I'm just saying you probably won't. So don't get in this thinking that you're going to fall into category 1 or 2. If you find it, man, more power to you. I love it. And ask me to be part of the deals. Okay. So 1 and 2 are fine, just not realistic. Number 3, I won't let you do it because you're going to screw up your life. And I refuse to let you screw up your life. Okay. And I think that's a good close right there. We're going to take calls for the next 20 minutes or so, and I may go long here. If need be, I'm going to answer all your questions. Please, please, please. I would love for you to change your life. Sign up for a call. We're taking calls at 7 o'clock in the morning to 9 p.m. 3 days in a row. So I am separating. I am giving you my weekend, and my analysts and my associates are going to help you with them. They're giving up their weekend to help you transform your life, leave your W-2 and buy a small business and create generational wealth. So I highly recommend you call, set up a call, starting first thing in the morning. We go all weekend as well. Scan it. It's worth it. Britton, can you drop in the link again for people that are on the phone? So in the chat, Britton for people on the phone that can't scan, she's dropping in a link for you to sign up. So again, we're gonna help you find the right business. We're gonna help you find the right business. I just showed you my deal aggregator with businesses in it. They're all over the country. We're gonna help you find the right business. We're gonna help you evaluate it. Okay, we're gonna help you value it as well. Is this the right thing? Is this the right price? And then we're gonna set it up the right way to build wealth. We're gonna do all this shit for you. Okay, hand in hand in hand. Okay, does that make sense? I'll get you hooked up with the right SBA guys to make sure you get qualified. We got 3 people. You come in day 1, I'll get you pre-qualified. I'll get you in contact with Connie or Bill or Anna, my 3 SBA lenders. They will get you pre-qualified. You got to send them 3 years of tax returns and a personal financial statement and a resume, and they'll get you pre-qualified. They'll say you're available. You qualify for a $1.5 million deal. Now you know what to go search for. I'll help you through that entire process. Okay? Relax. Relax. I got you. I'm here for you. This is not a stressful situation. This should be an enlightening and an exciting situation for you. It should not be stressful. This is not risky. This is super simple if you got the right team in hand, and that's me. Okay? Awesome. Very good. Let's go. Some questions.
Do you have local lawyers to run through the contracts?
Local lawyers. Your lawyers should be specific to your state. So I do not have 50 attorneys. Okay? So we have legal docs inside. I have 30 legal docs templates that you can use for everything from the letter of intent, from a independent contractor agreement, an employment contract, an asset purchase agreement, a note agreement. I have all these agreements, but we still need to hire an attorney. So I don't have 50 attorneys because each state's laws are different. Okay, so I have some attorneys that are pretty national, but I'm not so sure they're representative in all 50 states. So we can help you through that process.
Paul, would you like to talk about how much the community is and how it is compared to the competitors?
No, not really. I'll talk about my competitors and what I offer versus what they don't offer. Again, it's my community um, is me again. So I keep it super small because I want people to have access to me. Okay. Because this is super important. And I know that your life is on the line and you're putting in every single penny that you have in your life, and your house is on risk, and your marriage is at risk, and your kids and everything's at risk. I take that personally. There's no way that I could hand off your deal to somebody else that doesn't have the experience level I do. So I keep it super small. I mean, I only bring in 10, 15, 20 people a month. And when I get to those spots and they're full, I kick the can down the road. You can join next month, but I'm done. If I bring in 100 people and 100 people start calling me, I won't have time for you. So I keep it super small. Where some of my competitors bring in 100, 200 people a month, and you're being handed off to some 24-year-old analyst that doesn't know what the F they're doing. And by the way, all my stuff is lifetime. You get access to my community is lifetime. Two of my biggest competitors, you can go do research yourself. And they're really good too, by the way. I'm not going to mention their names. I like them. I think their communities are good. Both of them turn all their shit off at 12 months. Their one-on-one and all their group sessions and live deal reviews and all that shit that they do. You got 12 months. I'm here for lifetime. I want to be here. I want to help you buy business number 5 in 10 years. And those two communities, you don't. And by the way, both of those communities are super expensive compared to me. We'll go over all that stuff tomorrow. First off, we want to see how this fits into your life. So I don't want to tell you what's in my community and what's not, because depending on what you have and what you need, I need to figure that stuff out first before I tell you what I can offer you. Does that make sense? Because we kind of tailor your situation, right? If you bought 4 businesses, I'm gonna like, okay, you need to be over here. I need to do this for you. But if you woke up this morning and you didn't know what an SBA loan was, well, okay, I need to tailor your situation. I need to help you over here with this stuff, right? So there's just, we have different programs for different people. So it's kind of hard to say what the cost associated with it is.
We also have a question that says, do you guys have any guarantees for the community?
Yes, we do. We have a 12-month money back guarantee. 12
Perfect.
months. I mean, if you come in and you don't buy a business, I am going to take that personally. I'm going to be pissed because I let you down. If you come in and you do the work and I don't get to your business, that's a failure on my part. I take that personally, and yes, I will give you your money back. I'm not doing this to make money. I don't need your money. I have plenty of money. I'm doing this to help people. That's what I'm here for, right? This wakes me up every morning. This gets me out of bed and it motivates me. And this is for it's this again. I'm missing the U.S. game right now. Don't tell me what the score is, by the way, please. As I said, I played college soccer and I played professional soccer for a little while. So I'm all in soccer and I am missing the U.S. game because I'm here because I want to help people. That is more important in my life than anything. So yes, I will give you your money back.
Perfect. We are a little low on questions, so if you would like to talk about anything else that's important.
Little question. Shit, I can keep talking. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's talk about this real quick. So maybe some people have some questions. Where and how to find deals and how I help you through that process. On market, which is what I just showed you earlier, with that had that landscaping company and whatever other company. So that deal aggregator where I threw the sim and it did all the AI analysis for you, that's on market. Okay. So that's if I want to sell my flooring company and I go to Steve's business brokerage and I'm like, hey, will you sell my business for me? That's on market. He's going to list it on his website and that's going to be out there, public knowledge, on market. Okay. So that's system number 1. That is where most likely your first deal will come from, on market. Okay. And I will help you through that process. Obviously, I have that deal aggregator in my community. Okay. There's other places to look as well. Okay. Off market. Okay, this is the other big thing out there is off market. Okay, so my flooring company, let's say I get a phone call tomorrow. Hey, this is Steve. Wanted to see if you're interested in selling your company. I'm looking to buy a flooring business in the Dallas Fort Worth area and wanted to see if you're interested in selling. That's off market. So you have an outreach via email, text, and phone calls. Okay. I don't know if you can see this. You see that? So this is 5 pages long. That's my off market guide. This is how to market. So here is an email. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Owner, my name is Steve. I'm a local business owner looking to acquire one more well-run company in Dallas in the flooring space. I'm not a broker. I have no intention of listing your business anywhere. I'm simply looking for a quiet conversation with an owner who may be thinking about their next chapter, even if it's 1 or 2 or 3 years down the road. I'm specifically interested in your business, like a business like yours, established, profitable, etc. I welcome a call at your convenience. That's an email outreach. Okay. So I got another one right below it. I got text outreach. I get all this sort of stuff. I have phone call scripts on here because you got to call them, right? These are handwritten, right? So you handwrite. So I'm going to show you something right here. So this was badass. So I got this in the mail. I don't know if you can see that. It's like a little bank thing. Remember these bank things where you used to take money and all these checks into the bank? I got this in the mail the other day at my flooring company. What does it say here? From Vancouver, Washington. It's made out to Heritage Stores, my company. What was in there was a letter, somebody interested in buying my business off market. I opened it. I mean, that might cost $2 or $3 to send that, but the open rate is spectacular. Most snail mail, US mail, you're lucky if it's 2% open rate. I bet you this guy got a 30 or 40 or 50% open rate. This is off market marketing. Okay. You need to be doing on market and off market at the same time. Off market is a long term play, and you need to be sophisticated because the books are going to be in disarray. You just talked somebody into selling a business who yesterday didn't want to sell it. Do you think their books are in order, their tax returns in order, and they got everything documented and everything on video and all the standing operating procedure and everything all cleaned up? No, they don't. So instead of a 3-month close, it's going to take 9 months, and you better know how to navigate that. That is going to be super hard, super sexy. Oh, I found an off-market deal. Man, that's a great conversation at a dinner party. All your chest puffed out and all that sort of shit because think you're badass. You are badass, but you also got to navigate it for 9 months. And you just talked somebody into selling a business who didn't want to yesterday. That deal is probably going to fall apart unless you know how to navigate it, and I know how to navigate it. Okay? So that's my whole off-market outreach. So I'll give that to you inside my community. Okay? The other one is how to talk to your network, and I'll help you through this entire process. You need to shout at the top of the mountain, the loudest voice you possibly have, and let everybody know you're trying to find a business. CPA, your tax guy, your attorney, your clergy, all your church groups, your soccer moms and soccer dads, and all your neighbors, and anybody that you run with. You need to let everybody you meet. You go to a party and there's 75 people there. You better tell all 75 people at that party that you're looking for businesses to buy. That is also a long-term deal. Okay. So I'm getting new air conditioners at my house tomorrow. I've been using the same AC guy for about a year. So a year ago, one of his technicians called in sick. So I got the owner to show up. And he said, hey, I'm Mr. Ross. I'm the owner of Ross Air Conditioning. And I noticed he's 65 years old. thereabouts. What's the first thing that came to my mind? He's going to retire soon. And I want to buy his freaking business. And I asked him that. Are you going to retire soon? What are you going to do with your business? And we had a conversation for 10 or 15 minutes. And guess what? He's going to sell his business to me. He's not retired yet. He said, and it's probably going to be 2 or 3 more years. Yeah, I'll sell it to you. I go to lunch with him once a quarter. I just talked to him today. He came by today because I got a crazy thing going on at my house, and we got to refigure some stuff. So he came over personally. And looked at my deal. I will buy his business in 2 or 3 years. Talk to everybody in your network. Everybody, every person you talk to. If you're a target and you actually bump into somebody, hey, you got a business you want to sell? I know that's crazy, but that's what you need to say. On market, off market, and your network. Those are where you're going to find all three, and you need to be working all three at the same time. And all three of them will pay dividends if you work all of them. Okay. Any more questions?
Let's see here. Do you need to have an LLC constituted to get approved for an SBA loan?
No,
Or
you can worry about that later.
worry about it later?
Yep. So your LOI will read, or potentially your asset purchase agreement. Your LOI is a non-binding. It's like, hey, I'm Paul. I want to buy your business for $1.5 million. That's your letter of interest. It's non-binding. Okay. So you don't have to put that in there, but you could say Paul and or assigns. So that means I can assign that contract to anybody or anything I want. So same thing with the big legal asset purchase agreement. Paul and or assigns. That would be the legal terminology. Okay, so you don't have to set up an LLC right now. And by the way, it's an LLC and you want to be taxed as an S Corp, by the way. And the LLC can be taxed as a partnership or you can be taxed as an S Corp. I want you to choose the S Corp. Super, 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 super important. Do not set up a legal entity or get your federal EIN number until you talk to me, because you're going to do it wrong. And if you do it wrong, you're going to pay $20, $30, $40, $50,000 a year, every year, too much in taxes if you do it wrong. Okay? So no, you do not have to have a legal entity at the very beginning of the process. So probably you got an LOI agreed to and you're a month into this, then yeah, go get an LLC set up. So $250, state comptroller's office. Then you're going to go 5 minutes later, you're going to go log into irs.gov and get your EIN tax number. Super easy to do. There's 4 or 5 boxes and 4 or 5 questions on each one. Super simple. If you click the wrong box and answer it wrong, it will screw your tax situation up forever. Okay? So don't let somebody that does 5,000 or 10,000 or 20,000 EINs and legal setups for $199. Don't let them do it. You need to have a person that is experienced in it, that understands taxation, to help you set that up.
This person says, I have 8 years of restaurant experience. Would a restaurant be okay then?
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Yes, I said that. I was grinning. I was I was clenching my teeth when I said that. Yes, that would be okay. Because it is super hard. If you know how hard it is to manage and operate a business. From, you have a bunch of dumbass kids as your waiters and waitresses and cleaning staff, and half of them call in sick because they got drunk the night before, and you're just chasing your tail, and food spoilage, and yeah, it's a tough road to hoe. But if you've been in it for 8 years, then yes, I may be okay with that.
Do you like auto repair
I
businesses?
love auto repair. I hate saying that because I don't want anybody to know it, because that's my next purchase, I think. Cars are so freaking expensive that nobody's buying new. And they're keeping the car for 100, 200, 300,000 miles, and it's more and more and more and more repairs. I absolutely love it, and it's a bunch of mom and pops. So feel free to buy 5 or 6 of them over the next year and roll them all up and make a gazillion dollars. Yes, absolutely love it. One of my favorites. That it? Oh, did you accidentally you muted yourself?
No, it kicked me out for a second
Oh, no
to
shit.
yeah.
I saw that you're kind of waving. I was
Like,
like, is
help.
that it? Are you saying goodbye? All right, what else?
Yeah. Anything to watch out for with the auto repair shops?
Make sure the owner is not a full-time mechanic unless you're a mechanic yourself. So be very wary of its, I'll use it another way is you buy a plumbing company, it's Steve and two workers in a van. No. So if the auto repair is the owner and two technicians and the owner's one of the technicians, unless you're a technician, then no, you can't do that. So I'd say, yeah, just the owner is an operator. He's not a technician.
Sweet. Um,
Good question.
and you said yes to the IT service businesses. Those were
Love
good ones.
IT. I love all the staffing. So, God, in nursing, I love that staffing situation. Home healthcare, I absolutely love. I love light manufacturing. Any nichey little plastic airplane parts that does $5 million a year in revenue, but it's nichey, so you're not competing against the big boys. So I love light manufacturing. I love home services. They're getting a little bit expensive. There's 44 home services that I came up with, from chimney to windows to painting to brick and masonry to landscaping to flooring to sheetrock to pest control, insulation, um, whatever. There's 44 of them. Chimneys. Did I say chimneys? I don't know if I said chimneys. Pool, whatever. I love that too. So again, there's a ton of businesses I like. There's only a handful of businesses I do not like.
Mm, sweet. So there's about 50 people still on this call, which means they've spent over 3 hours with you. Do you want to give them anything?
Do I want to give them anything? Man, good question. I just One, I applaud you. Holy shit. Um,
Dedication.
yeah, I know the dedication. I mean, I felt like you being here. I mean, you got the mental acuity to do this because you've set aside your entire evening to change your life. So I feel like you already have the mental setup to do this and understand the commitment and the life sacrifices that you have to make to change your life. So I mean, it's freaking great. I mean, sign up for a freaking call. I mean,
Mhm.
we'll figure out the 50 of you guys because you guys are my favorite people right now. I
You
feel
should
like
give them a code.
my long lost brothers and sisters. So sign up for a call.
Mhm.
You 50 guys sign up for a call and we'll know who you guys are. And yeah,
Mhm.
we'll get you something on that call. I'll
Mhm.
send you an autographed book.
Mhm.
That sound cool? I
You
could do
bet.
that. I'll send you an autographed book. Um, I only got like 30 of them here, so I'd have to order a few more. So I could do that. That'd be kind of cool. And I'll tell you what, you 50 people sign up for calls and we'll know your name. I will 100% get on those calls.
Mhm. Because he's not going to everybody's calls tomorrow or
What's
the next
that?
couple of days. You won't be able to go to everybody's calls the next few days, but he will make it a point to go
I
to
will
these
definitely make a
these
point
ones.
to get to these
Mhm.
50. Yep. If you guys set up calls, I'll make sure because again, we got a ton of calls and I can only spend 2 or 3 minutes on each call, but I will make sure that because I mean I'm gonna be available from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. 3 days in a row. So I'm gonna be there. I'm not doing anything else. I'm gonna be sitting on my computer all day long talking to you guys and changing your freaking lives. I'm so freaking excited to be here. And I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited. Hopefully you guys learned a lot. I mean, can you give me some freaking feedback? Give me some, this has been fucking fire, or Paul, you're a badass, or Paul, you're a dumbass, or um, I just wasted my 3 hours of my life. And how do I get this back? Give me some feedback. What did you like about tonight? I always want to, I want to get smarter. Remember when I talked about that earlier? I want to be smarter and better than I was when I woke up this morning. So please give me some constructive feedback, what you like and didn't like. Um, I wish you would have talked more about this, or you didn't even go over this, or give me some feedback so I can do this better next time. Because if I'm leaving something out that's not good, I'm here to educate you guys and turn your lives in the right direction. So I'm kind of cool. Um, what else?
What are some great books for small business owners to read?
See, you guys are awesome, but you know what? I'm prepared for all this shit. Okay. So you guys didn't think I had this. These are good books right here to read. Okay. Was that a real question or did you just answer that, Britt?
No, that's a real question in
Okay,
here.
so these are good. First off, you need 20, you need 25 a year. And if you don't like to read, I don't like to read, I get Audible. So I get a lot of windshield time and I just download them and instead of listening to the radio. I mean, I love listening to the radio too, relaxing. But sometimes I get a 30-minute drive, I just throw in a book. Um, Classics, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, How to Win Friends and Influence. These are all classics. Think and Grow Rich, Richest Man in Babylon, Good Not Great, Seven Habits of Highly Effective People. I've read each one of those at least 5 times. At least 5 times. Okay. Mindset stuff. Start with why. Atomic Habits is really good. The Gap and the Gain. This is one of this changed my life. The Gap, GAP, and the Gain, GAIN. It was really cool. I'm gonna talk about it because I thought it altered my life. Okay. So I feel like I'm much calmer and I don't stress out about anything because there's things in life that you don't have control over. So why stress them out? Do the best that you possibly can be and be happy with that. So there was an example in the book of an Olympic runner. Okay. Think about that. They made the finals in the Olympics, top 10 people, and they came in last place. How do you react? Are you sad? Or do you walk away from that experience knowing that you're the 10th fastest person in the world? Or do you walk away that you came in last place? Are you in the gap? Are you in the gap? You're going to a professional basketball game tomorrow night, let's say, and you get pissed off because you're in traffic and you're running late. You're in the gap. You're in the gap. You have the wrong mindset. You have the ability to go to a professional basketball game with your friends and your family. That's an experience you should be cherishing, not being pissed off because you're running late. Are you in the gap or is your mindset in the gain? And I read that book probably 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and I felt like just my stress, just because that's how I live life every single day. I celebrate everything no matter what, right? Because I feel like my life is badass. Why do I get pissed off? I'm in traffic. I have a car. I'm not on horseback or walking anywhere, right? Does that make sense? Um, you just got to celebrate everything you have and just don't get pissed off. Stress is horrible for you, right? So that's one that I love that freaking book. Okay, Never Split the Difference. How about How to Negotiate? That's like a Navy SEAL guy, kind of badass drive. I talk about family stuff. Screen Free Marriage and Screen Free Parenting, I think, are really badass books. Lovable, which is by The Road Less Triggered. Kelly Flanagan. This is one of his other books, The Road Less Triggered. Just great relationships. I talked about how being an elite human being, be awesome in everything you do. Being an elite human being, 360. Okay. Business, traction, having fierce conversations, personal MBA, and getting things done. So those are a bunch of my books. Okay. And again, those are all a ton of classics. I probably read each one of those at least 2 or 3 times and a bunch of them 5 or 6 times. What else?
We have a question up here, and sorry, I was scrolling through. You're getting a lot of fire emojis and a lot of thank yous for talking
Oh,
this
come
entire
on.
time.
Somebody give me some bad press. I want to get better. Someone give me some constructive criticism. I want to be better.
We got another great hair, so that's the
My wife's gonna like that. I'm gonna tell him I had two nice hairs. So
yeah,
next time we do this, we'll see if we can get three.
yeah.
Normally I wear a hat, right? I mean, most people can attest. I normally wear hats. Um, constructive
This one
criticism.
says,
Give me some constructive criticism.
I'll see if I can find some in here. Is there a certain deal size where things get better, like avoid
Oh,
anything
great,
under
great question. $1 million. Below a
$1 million?
million, the companies are a little bit too seller centric, that the company relies on that seller too much. When you
Mm.
get over $1 million purchase price, there's more managers and supervisors in place, and the seller is more operations and not so much day to day shit. So that's a great question. So I love the $1 million to $3 million purchase price, because you get above three, they start getting a little bit. You start getting into the 4.5 multiples. They start getting expensive. So the 1 to 3 is my sweet range. Yes,
How much do you need
great
for
question.
how much do you need for a deposit for a $1 million business?
50 grand,
50 grand.
50 to 150. But you can get you with my help, you can get it at 50.
Great. Can you register under certain states and it won't show your name on the LLC?
Yes, you can do a registered agent. You can do that on every state. I don't do that, but I probably should do it. It's just another thing that you got to worry about. I try to minimize my life. So now you have a registered agent that you are now paying $100 a year to. And it's just one more thing that I got to do. But yes, I think it's a great idea. I just try to simplify my life. I have 7,000 things to do, and now that would be 7,001. By the way, I have about 18 legal entities. So if I did that, that's 18 more things that I got to do, and it's another $1,800 out of my pocket. So I just don't do it. But it's a good idea. And you can do that in every single state. And there's agencies out there that will do that for you every single year and make it super simple.
David said, Paul, very motivated now to talk with you on the call.
Nice.
Mhm,
Thank you, David. That's great feedback. That
mhm.
it warms the cockles of my heart when I get feedback like that, because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help you guys as much as I can. I take this personally, and I'm here to help you guys. Believe me,
Mhm.
I really really do want to help. So that's encouraging. So I appreciate the input, but I'm still waiting for some bad shit.
Someone said show the slides more.
Okay, I can. Okay, that's good feedback. Good to
Yeah.
know. Okay.
Um, Sammy said a lot of great information. I'm booking a call. Thanks for the webinar.
Okay. Awesome. Appreciate it. Very good.
Patrick
Again,
said, no, it was great. I learned a lot. Would like to talk more about due diligence.
okay. Due diligence super important. Again, remember we're going to hire a due diligence team. We're not going to do it ourselves, because I don't do the due diligence myself, because it's not because I can't do it myself, because it pulls emotion out. So if I fall in love with a deal and I do the due diligence myself, guess what's going to happen? I'm going to find something and I'm going to overlook it, or I'm going to say, not that big of a deal. I'm good with it because I've fallen in love with the deal. I don't want to find any bad shit. So that I may buy a deal that I shouldn't buy because I've fallen in love with it, and I overlook the red flags. Where if I hire an outside firm, they're going to be emotionally neutral to it, and they're just going to give me a report on what I should do and all the bad shit they found and what they think it's worth. So I spend the 10 grand on do and hire a due diligence team. Yep. But I can show you how to do it yourself. I mean, if it's a two or 300,000 or $500,000 company, yes, I'm going to teach you how to do the due diligence yourself, because it's going to
Um,
be super simple, very few transactions.
this person says, going back to the $1 to $3 million purchase that we were talking about, is it priced regardless of where you're at? So are businesses in like New York going to be more expensive?
No,
Okay.
they're all going to be priced off of income.
Mm,
So so if a company makes $500,000 in San Diego or $500,000 in Dallas or $500,000 in New York, they're all going to be priced between a 3 and a 4 multiple, no matter
mm.
where they are in the country. So it doesn't matter where it is. They're all going to be priced the same.
What are your thoughts on getting into the equity side of the business if you were to come in as an operator in lieu of the direct purchase?
Right. Somebody asked that very early before we actually even started. I mean, that's not a business acquisition. I don't teach that.
Mm,
Um, that is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So what you're doing, so if you have an area that you're an expertise in, you are a CFO or a COO or a marketing expert or an operations expert or whatever. You're a technician, whatever. You're providing benefit to the company, and you work for free. You work for a reduced salary, and in exchange for that, they're going to give you 5, 10, or 15 or 20% of the business, or maybe you're a sales expert. Hey, give me 20% of the business if I increase your revenue from 1 million to 2 million. Give me 20% of the equity. So that's kind of it's a sweat equity, and that's good. Nothing wrong with that. But that's kind of outside of what I am talking about. I don't that's not an area of expertise for me, other than kind of what I just said. But yeah, that's doable. Nothing wrong with that.
Um, Spencer said, I have booked a call. What should I have prepared so I don't waste our time?
Um, Come open-minded, come with the particulars of you and your life and what you want. We're going to talk about your W-2. We're going to talk about how much money you make. We're going to talk about your available funds that you can get to. Um, if your spouse works, are we replacing the spouse's income or your income or both your incomes? Do you have any children? Do you want to create generational wealth and maybe create a legacy and leave some of these businesses for your children? Um, where you live? Do you want to relocate? Just kind of come with all of that information, and then we're gonna tailor this conversation around your lifestyle and what you have and what you want. So we'll be very specific, like the calculator, the down payment calculator that I threw up yesterday. We'll do that down payment calculator with you. Okay. And we got 3 or 4 other calculators too that we'll throw at you tomorrow to kind of go through your situation and throw up a couple deals and what you could buy with that money and make it real. We'll bring up my deal aggregator that I have, and we'll kind of search through there and see if we can find some deals that are kind of fit into your profile. It'll be good. It's going to be
Mm,
worthwhile.
mm. This person said, I don't want absentee, but do you help figure out structure so that we don't burn out, meaning putting systems in place?
I do not. I do not help through. That's post acquisition stuff. Remember what I talked about. I understand what I'm good at. That is not one thing I am good at.
Do you
Okay.
have a guy?
I am okay with it. I will get you in contact with those experts. So there's an organization out there called EOS, it's Entrepreneurship Operating System. EOS. You can look it up. So you can hire them. They're very expensive, but they are absolutely badass. They will run all of your monthly meetings for you, create metrics and KPIs. They will help you manage operational efficiency and excellence in your company. And it may cost you 25,000 a year to bring them on, but they are badass. And I have 2 or 3 guys that are in GoBundance that's what they do in my mastermind group, and I can get you in contact with those guys. So if I can't help you, I know somebody that can.
Mhm. Perfect. If I'm not quite ready yet, but I want to get on track to becoming ready, can I still book a call?
Yes, and I would recommend
Mhm.
that you join the community now. And I say that because you may need to go through an education process of 3 months before you're even ready to start looking at buy businesses, right? So if you don't know what the term SDE is and you don't know what depreciation schedules are and amortization schedules are and what your capital stack, and you don't even know what any of these words I just said, you need to come into the community and start learning, right? So this isn't something that you wake up today and tomorrow you start making offers. You're not ready. You're not ready to make an offer tomorrow. I won't let you make an offer tomorrow because you're not ready. You're not prepared. You're gonna screw things up. Come in and become comfortable. Come to the live deal reviews every Monday. Come to the live Q&As every Wednesday. Listen to all my training videos that I got, right? Start making offers even though you're not even intending to buy anything yet. You're just going through you want to get sims and read through those 80 pages as many times as you possibly can to become comfortable, because when that first deal that comes by in 90 days that is badass, you better be prepared for it, because if you're not, you're going to lose it. But yes, book your call. Yes.
Mhm. Yep. Let's see here. Ariel wants a book. Yara says yay because she booked her call. Yep. This person wants to see you on their call tomorrow.
Who's that?
This is, I don't want to mispronounce it, but I'm going to say Merlande, something like that. So
Okay.
she's booked tomorrow. Chris says, thank you, great info. Alania says, thank you with a bunch of fire emojis. Lars says, this was awesome. There's a absolute fire.
No more hair. No more hair comments.
Not another heroine yet.
Nice.
Um, Lance wants to know about trucking businesses. What do you think about those?
Uh, if it's like a distribution company, if it's a FedEx route, no way in hell would
Oh,
I buy a
new hair.
FedEx route.
Good hair. Got
Okay.
another one.
So I would have to know more. The problem with trucking companies is you have to buy a new truck every 3 years. So if you're talking about an 18 wheeler sort of thing, those are $300,000. So let's just say that company, let's just say it's a FedEx route. You're going from Dallas to Nashville every single day, and that route makes $100,000 a year. No, you don't. No, you don't. You make zero, because you have to buy a new truck for $300,000 every year. So you made $300,000. You just take that $300,000 and you bought a truck for $300,000. So it makes zero. So in companies like that are heavy capital intensive, you got to understand replacement costs and capital budgets. So I'm going to say 50-50. I like that distribution company because I'm going to have to know more about it. Okay.
Sweet. Alcohol importing.
Don't know anything about it, but I'd love to learn. If you have something, book a call and let me look at it.
Oh, he is booked and he's
Okay.
excited to see you on Saturday
Yeah.
morning.
If you got something, let's just who is that?
Liloa.
Okay.
Liloa.
I'm gonna try to make your call. If
Possibly she.
if I don't make your call, make sure you tell your consultant that you talked to me last night. And if you have information on that alcohol importing company, make sure I get that. Make sure I get emailed that. Okay. Because I want to look at it and I want to have a personal phone call with you, because that kind of sounds cool. Because I've never looked at that and that kind of sounds badass. Okay. So
Thoughts on
make sure I get
RV?
that. Make sure I get that information.
There you go. Thoughts on RV parks?
It's real estate. That is a real estate play. That is not a business. But with that said, if you find the right one, badass. But it's hard to find, because I know, because I was trying to find some of these 3 or 4 years ago before everybody and their mom tried to find them. And they were good deals 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. There's no good deals now. But if you find one, buy it. Badass. Yes, but it's not a business, in my opinion. That is real estate. But yes, good.
Um, what do you think about sole proprietor, owner operator companies?
No, 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 no. Sole proprietor. I guess let me say before that, I'm assuming you're talking about the legal entity itself. You have a sole proprietor, you have a partnership, you have an LLC, you have an S Corp, you have a C Corp, and you have some other stuff in there too. Um, some other minor ones. So sole proprietor is not a legal entity. It is a doing business as. It has zero protections and it pays the worst taxation. So I'm assuming you're talking about legal entity setup. Okay, so no, you do not get set up as a sole proprietor because it provides zero benefits and it's horrible taxation. So
Mm.
I'll set up an LLC and you're going to click a box and you want to be taxed as an S corp. That's the legal entity I want you to set up, and I will walk you through that.
Perfect. Lance hopes to see you on his call tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Damn. Okay.
iPhone.
I need to get some sleep because I'm gonna have a busy day tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah. iPhone booked at 7 a.m. Thanks for all the info.
Oh, are you shitting me? 7 a.m. Central?
Yeah, you gotta be up early.
God damn it. That's okay. I get up at 4:30 in the morning anyway. So I get up at 4:30 in the morning. So I'm an early riser. That's where I do all my work from 4:30 to 7 before anybody else wakes up.
They apologized that it was so early.
No, it's good. We said it because that's good. I again,
Sure.
that's by the way, I want to mention that for the 34 people that are still on the call that are my best friends now. Work when other people aren't working. You're going to become rich between 5 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning. That's when you become rich. And you become rich between 7 o'clock, 7 evening until 10:30 in the evening. That's when you get rich. And you get rich on Saturdays and Sundays. That's when I get rich. During the day, all I do is answer phone calls and fight fires and answer emails. I don't do any planning. I don't do shit. I create my operational excellence and my investments, and I make all my money when I'm working by myself and I'm uninterrupted. Work when other people aren't working, and that's how you become successful. Okay. So all of you people that showed up tonight, you're working when other people aren't working. You guys are going to be successful. So that's going to be awesome. I'm going to take one more question. Since I got to wake up super early and get on the call at 7 o'clock in the morning. So one more badass question. We're going to jump off, and I'm super excited for all you guys. And if you guys have not booked a call, please do so. I will make it worthwhile. I will make it worthwhile for you. I promise you. One more question.
Lars says gift for staying on? Question mark.
Was he not on there a second ago?
You're getting a free
One,
book.
I'm going to get on all of your phone calls personally, and I'll send you an autographed book. But you may have to wait a little bit on the book because I only got like 20 of them. So I need to order
Free
some.
autographed book. Anybody have a last question that they want to ask? A really good last one?
This has
Either
been
say it
spectacular.
now or wait to ask him personally.
This has been spectacular.
Mhm.
This was good. This was really good tonight.
You got a
Really
good group
good.
tonight.
I didn't yell at anybody tonight, so I kind of feel empty that I didn't yell at anybody. Normally somebody pisses me off and I got to yell at them. So I feel empty. I'll have to go kick my dog or something. It's weird. I don't have a dog, so I guess I could kick my neighbor's dog. But so anyway, no question. Britton, why don't you ask me a question?
Okay, what question should I ask you?
Something you learned tonight.
Something I learned.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, you want me to ask you a question or tell you something I learned?
Either one. Ask me a question or tell me something you learned.
Let's see here. You know what I want to get super crystal clear on because I do get this question a lot. What is SDE? Just for
SDE.
everybody to hear.
Okay, so four terminologies. Net income. If you print out the income statement, the very bottom number is net income. Okay. And then we're going to add a bunch of shit to net income. So these are all the seller's discretionary expenses that they run through the business. So again, if they pay their kid $10,000 a year, but the kid doesn't work in it, that's an expense in here, but it's not an expense that you're going to have. So we're going to add that back. So the net income was 100,000, and we're going to add that $10,000, and now it's going to be 110. So this 110 number is SDE, seller's discretionary earnings. So it's net income and they add back all the personal expenses they ran through the business to come up with real income. Seller's discretionary earnings, I call it ODI, owner's discretionary income. Okay. So that's what that is. That is super confusing.
Mm-hmm.
That is probably one of the most problematic areas of valuation, and people don't understand it. And 25 years into this, sometimes I got to sit and think and put some numbers on. I can do everything in my head. Um, this I got to slow down. And I'm like, I got to turn my phone off and I got to get out an Excel spreadsheet and do this because sometimes it's very confusing. But man, if there's only one thing that I can do for you, it's understanding owner IBACs. If that's the only thing that I tell you how to do, that is worth $50,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth $100,000 because that is super, super, super important. Understanding all that shit. Good question. Okay, well,
Mm-hmm.
cool. I appreciate all y'all's time. I'm looking forward to talking to all of you guys. And again, if you guys haven't booked a call, please do. I'll leave this up for a few more minutes. In fact, I'm going to go make myself a drink. I will leave this up. If anybody asks any more questions, I'll come back in a couple minutes. So I'll leave this on for a couple more minutes. And maybe there's another question on here, but I'll leave that QR code up. So make sure you do sign up for a call all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. And again, we will tailor it to you. So it'll be badass. We're going to be asking you questions about how we can make this work for you, and how we can transform your life. And I'm super excited to talk to you guys this weekend. Okay. Very good. Thanks for your help, Bretton. Appreciate it. And I'm going to leave that on the screen for a second. I'll be back in a minute.